Hey guys, welcome. Everybody's thank you, Sky, for your early bird song. Again, greatly appreciated. Welcome, Sky. Welcome, Mrs. Sky. Welcome, Deborah, Jamie. Who do we got in here so far? Marie. Just going through the Becky. Welcome back, Becky. Hello, tennis girl. Seen you around today. Welcome, Dash Hound. Welcome, Worldwide Collaboration. Welcome to the channel, guys. Welcome to all my coffee crew and my Justice Roundtable crew. Hello, Arm Fence. Welcome. Boy, oh boy. So I put up a poll because this morning I noticed a sealed motion. And my first thought was Robert. Then I was over at STS and Tim Jansen had the same thought. So I'm like, I'm on to something here. So I think it definitely is Robert. Hey, Joey Smo, how are we doing today? Are you drinking the Kool-Aid? Hello, Pooh. Welcome. Thank you for joining us. I think Tennis Girl, I think it'd be sealed because he's going to testify and they don't want it out in the public because the jury hasn't been picked yet. That's just my opinion on it, which really I've already said that I believe he'll testify in this one. So which really cements it for me, but I think they don't want what he has, the interview or whatever they done with him, come out into the public yet because it would taint a jury. So I'm excited because I really do believe Robert's testifying. I believe as much that Robert's testifying as Harvey will be in that courtroom. Hello, B Rabbit. To all the usual suspects. We're all here. Oh gosh. And Tennis Girl, you had said something about the chat having a name. I'm wondering, should we call it Off the Rails Chat or it's crazy. I don't honestly, Jamie, I don't think it's a motion to keep it out of court. I changed your mind about Harvey last night, and then Tim Jansen echoed it this morning or today, saying he believes Harvey will be there. So be interesting. Hello, Patricia. Welcome back. Coffee mates. Yep. Somebody said somebody emailed me and said our chats are my chat room is like misfits. Like we're not misfits. So tonight I thought we would just do something fun, listen to the wiretaps because we have an early morning because of the motion hearing tomorrow at 9 a.m. So I thought we'll just do something fun tonight, not too heavy. Hey, Benji. Yeah, tomorrow is a hearing. To hear the rest of the motions. I know it's going to be a big one because of I always say his name wrong, guys, so forgive me. Corbett. and it's going to be on him being an expert and not being an expert. So you look extra pretty today, Rochelle. Oh, thank you so much, Patricia. I had a lot of running around to do today. And hey, True Crime Wifey. Hey, everyone. I'm going to be another 30 minutes or so. I'll be back. I emailed you, Rochelle. We will figure it out. Thanks. Thank you, True. Because, yeah, I'm running out of time to get those cushions for the Markels, and I definitely want them to have them. Happy to be a misfit with y'all. Yeah. Hi, Benji. At Crime and Coffee, when the Bumble is here, we are misfits. The island of misfit toys is where the Bumble came from. Yep. I think it is on the list. It's Pretty Lies and Alibis that I'm getting them from tonight. And she usually has the really good ones. So I'm hoping it's on the list. So, because that is a good one. And I do believe Jim Lewis has a lot to tell. I agree with you there. And I honestly think he will testify. There's no, you know how Weinstein put in a motion to get rid of the subpoena. Jim Lewis hasn't. So I think there's something there too. This trial, I think, is going to be bombshell after bombshell after bombshell. It's going to have to be to come out. You know, we know what they have against Donna, but I think there's going to be so many bombshells that come out. And I think it's the bombshells that is going to make them arrest Wendy in Tallahassee. They've got to. They just got to. But yeah, when I heard Tim say that Harvey will be there, I'm like, I said it. I've been saying it since day one. I just don't see Donna being okay with the optics of being there by herself. I just don't see it. She doesn't give a shit if he's uncomfortable. She don't care if he feels like he's sitting on a bench full of nails or tacks or whatever. It's got to be about her. All of it's been about her and Wendy in some form of fashion. So we've got 30 in here already, so we might as well get started. I just wanted to make sure I said hello to everybody. Oh, look at our poll. It's going up. We've got 61 saying yes, it's about Robert. I agree. As soon as I saw it this morning, I'm like, Tennis Girl says, do you have the wire? Oh, yeah, I've read it. I think I do. I'm pretty sure I do. Armad says, guess Lewis will say the Adelsons were involved in the legal matter soon after Sig arrested through the don't know anything defense. And I think because he says, right? He says they will not be talking. So, and I think maybe money was offered. Hey, Lou, welcome back. At Crime and Coffee, I can't quite read all of your sign on the wall behind you. What does it say? It says, I can't read backwards, so I'll turn around. Sorry, guys. It says, welcome home, where memories are made, tears are shed, love is felt, and refuge is found. You belong here. I got that when I first came back into this house, after everything that happened. So it was kind of like saying, this is mine, I belong. I wonder how resentful Donna Sue is towards free living Harvey. I betcha. And which then goes to the same thing, right? I've been going through this. You better have your ass sitting in that bench behind me. Hi, Gamma. Yes, but Lewis said to Katie, I talked to their lawyers and he assured me they are not talking, right? And I think at the same time, that's maybe where money was discussed about funds for lawyers. Hi, Belle. Welcome back. Dashhound Rock. Wendy must know she will be arrested. I keep expecting to hear she has fled. Or is she just that she still thinks she can lie her way out? Not that that's going to work. I know a lot of people are thinking she's going to flee. I think, my opinion, there's no way Sanford doesn't have eyes on her. And I don't think she would even attempt to flee until after she leaves Tallahassee, till she testifies. That's when I think it'll really start working in her head. But that's why I say they need to arrest her as soon as she leaves that courthouse. I don't care if they have to wait till she's at the city line of Tallahassee to the next line, to the next city, wherever it is. Have your cars waiting. She drives through it, done. Pull her over, arrest her. The British word for a charter is chinwagger. We could be the chinwaggers. Oh, for a chatter is chinwaggers. That's nice. I like that. She probably already have her bags packed. You never know with her. Honestly, you don't. Dashhound, you don't. Straight away. She needs to be arrested straight away. I think the level of her trying to flee goes way up after her testimony. So they just gotta. I am a chinwagger from. You are a chinwagger from the UK. Where in the UK are you, Dashhound? Okay. All right, guys. So that was all that dropped today. I was hoping more would drop, but nothing else did. They took away a good man. What? Them kids gone. They did. Lou says maybe Sarah Yusuf has some insight into whether Wendy is considering fleeing, right, Lou? She is definitely going to be one to watch. Like, I have my popcorn ready for Sarah. I do. I'm already trying to figure out how to move everything to my couch and do the trial from the couch, because it is going to be a long trial, like 8-hour days. It's going to be big time. Folkestone, South London. Is that okay, so you're South London. I'm no good. Everybody knows I'm no good with north, south, east, west. So the last time I was in London, I stayed very close to Notting Hill. Is that close to where you are? And yes, I stayed in Notting Hill because it is one of my favorite movies. So I wanted to stay there. I've been to Billericay, London, obviously. Newquay. I think those are Watford, Watford. Yeah, been to a few places in the UK. Hello, Anne. I was in Oakwood, northwest London. Nice. It's South London, not South London. Oh, it's south of London, not South London. I didn't word it right. It's on the southeast coast near Dover. Oh, okay. Again, I know where the places are, I just don't know if they're south, north, south. That's why when Wendy says, I'm not good with directions, but you go north, I'm like, you're an effing liar. If you can say, I'm not good with directions, but you can go north down whatever and then turn east or west, your directions. Oh, this trial, I'm so excited for it. Dashhound, rock, gorgeous place, Folkestone on the other side of Missouri from Liverpool on the Wirral. I love England. So I am going to, okay, because I'm inviting the members into the live stream for the trial, and we'll have it's like a watch party. We're going to be able to do 5 members each day. So I want to make sure we're just going to do it like a lottery each day. Like I'm going to pull everybody's name, put it down. I'm going to start getting the thumbnails done and then give those 5 people the code for each day. And you do not have to download anything to come in. You just got to click on the email you get and it'll bring you into StreamYard. Hello, Manny. Welcome back. Tomorrow is pre-trial hearing. Yep. 9 a.m. I will be on at 8:30. And so if you want to join early, you can join early. At 9, we'll obviously be streaming. So I want everybody to know your name will go in. I will have scheduled days for everybody. I wish I could have everybody at the same time, but we cannot do that. StreamYard will not allow that. So we'll have a day for everybody. Clue, it is you've got it right, except for minus an L. It only has one L. But I understand. My whole life I've got called Michelle, Rochelle, Rachel. I've even got Raquel. I don't understand that one. So I really do answer to all of them. I really do. If I'm out in public and I hear people say any of those names, I turn around. I'm conditioned to answer to them. Hi, Lee. So I'm going to start doing, like I said, I'll start getting ready for those lives, the watch parties. I'm going to do it Sunday. There will not be a live this Sunday. No, there won't, because I think next Sunday is our members live. Let me just bear with me. Yeah. So this Sunday will be, did we see Hugh come in? I haven't seen Hugh yet. Yeah, that's Raquel to you. I don't know how I get that, but hey, it is what it is. I answer. I don't correct people anymore. I'm so used to it. But, all right, so we've got 45 in. Let's get to the wiretaps. Yeah, I have not seen Hugh come in. Did Hugh ever say where he's from? Does anybody remember? He's very, very ill. I'm just worried about him. All right, let's get to this. Hello, Bob. How are you? Yes, he doesn't come up when I go. Yeah. I know he told us that he was really bad. Gamma wanted to let you know that I found out that the Delphi murder trial is supposed to start October 14th. to November 7th. Also, I'm thinking about going on Sunday and taking a video of the area. That's very awesome, Gamma. I do believe they're not letting anybody in, so I'd like to be able to, but hello from NYC. Hello, Barb. Crime and Coffee, my boss, and strangely have called me Eric. I'm not saying my real name, but it's nowhere near Eric. So people calling you Michelle is closer than my secondary names. Yeah. I just let them keep calling you Eric. That would be great. Judge Gall won't let TVs in the courtroom. Yeah. Is everyone too hot where they live? Not me. Look, I got a sweater on. 100 degrees in LA. Oh, God. I would trade you in a minute. At B-Rep, Leah, you guys got me smoking cigarettes again. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Wow. You guys could have my Canadian summer winter that we're getting right now. In Philadelphia, PA. You're still warmer than I am, Bob. That's crazy. At Crime and Coffee. I never correct anyone either. Too cold. Oh man, oh wow. I'm inside the AC. No shirt. Texas, Austin. Too hot, too humid. I'm jealous. Send some nice, dry, cool WX down here. And you could send some heat my way. Send some heat my way. Hey, Shiraz. People often call me Michaela. I know it doesn't sound like my name, but I have a twin called. Oh, okay. So you get called by your twin. I wish I had a twin. That'd be kind of cool. Hey, Lee. There's a sealed motion from the defense today. Well, that dropped today. And we don't know what it's about, but my first instinct when I read it, I would say it's about Robert and an interview that they did with Robert that they don't want out in the public until jury is selected. So, oh no, Benji, you're an evil twin. If I was a twin, I would have been the mischievous one, guaranteed. I like pulling pranks. I definitely would. There was twins in my high school and they were identical. And the one was really bad at history and the other one, so one was bad at history but at math, the other one was bad at math but good at history. So they would switch classes. So the one would do the same class twice. And they never got caught. It was brilliant. Hello, Marcus. Okay, here we go, guys. Our first call is, let me pull it up. You guys might want to join in. First one is the famous Go-kart. Oh, you have twin granddaughters. Oh, that's awesome. Are they identical, Sky? Lee, you and Metrics are screaming at the same time. I have to live hop back and forth, and Bob is chasing me. Oh, we're streaming. Yeah. This is his second stream today. Hello, Sophia. Oh, wow. That's awesome. Here we go.
Palm Beach Karting, how may I help you?
Hi, is this Ronnie?
No, it's not. How can I help you?
Hi.
Do you need Ronnie?
No, maybe you can help me. It's Charlie. I was talking to Ronnie a while ago about a cart for sale.
Okay.
And it was someone that was privately selling their used cart there. I didn't know if it was still for sale.
Sure. Can you hold on 1 second?
Sure.
Appreciate it. Hello?
Yes.
Yes.
Hi, is this Ronnie?
Yes, it is.
Hey, it's Charlie. How you doing?
Good, Charlie. How are you?
Good. I was talking a while ago about maybe buying a cart that was for sale there that was being sold privately.
Okay.
Is it still for sale?
Yeah.
Can you tell me a little bit about it?
It's a 2000. My God. Oh, 2013, 14. 2013 Durrell with a Rotax engine. It's the non-Evo. Got the Micron 4 with a GPS on it, and the customer is looking to get 3,500 out of it.
What does something like that cost brand new?
Brand new. If you're going to buy something similar to it with an Evo motor and all that, you're looking over 9,000.
So what? How many hours are on this motor?
And this one, maybe 5.
So he's used it for 5 hours,
That's all he put on it.
and he's used it for 5 hours in 3 years. And
Yeah.
What was the? Has it ever been wrecked or anything? Or
No.
Yeah, Lou, the GPS, I guess, on those go-karts just keeps track of like how many miles you put, how many laps you've done, what your speed and all that was. So if you're actually going to join the circuit, you can tell if where you need to get better or cornering and stuff like that. I believe that's what the GPSs are for. It's Bob's fault he's making you hot. Are we going off the rails already?
Nope.
How many hours are those motors generally good for?
Between 35 and 50.
And then let me ask you this: as far as, do most people leave them there, or do they trailer them up there themselves?
We have both. We have storage customers, and we have customers that bring either in a pickup truck or a trailer. It depends what's more convenient for you.
I'll probably only be.
I think I'll haul it back and forth with my Ferrari.
Driving it up there. How does it work as far as storage and
The storage is $125 a month. You
Okay.
sign a contract with us. We need your credit card on file, and we run the credit card the first 3 days of the month.
Okay.
Between the first and third, we run your storage charge. It's $125 plus tax. And then we need 24 hours notice, especially on something with a battery in it, so we can charge the battery overnight, check the cart, and have it ready for you when you can come out and crack it.
Okay. Do you guys have anything where you end up renting my card out if I allow you to, or how does that work like that? Or
If I have somebody that's looking for something specific like yours, and that's something you want to do, yeah, we could work something out. We have our own fleet of carts for renting to the customers, so we don't use customers' carts for that.
because
we have 6 right now, and I'm getting 10 more, so we'll have at least 10 in the next few weeks.
Of the tag cards.
For the tag cards for rent, yeah.
See, I mean, because I don't know how much sense it makes to. I mean, I want to have it, but I don't know if is it worth $125 a month to have it stored there. When if I come up,
It saves you a lot of hassle. If you're a motorcycle guy or a sports car guy, you can show up in a 2-seater on a motorcycle, and you don't worry about how you get your cart to the track.
right? No, but I got cars and I have a truck too, so it's not not a big thing.
So then it's just a matter of your convenience, whatever's more convenient for you.
Just a trailer up there. What do the trailers generally cost to? I mean, the one thing too is if I had it here, I could just drive around the neighborhood and I could charge it up too.
Yeah, the cops don't really like that. It's not something you should be driving around the neighborhood.
Right. There's a park right by my house too, so it's like a little area I can mess around in.
Whatever's your convenience.
How many times do you think he pissed his neighbors off by driving this go-kart up and down his street? Oh my God, what an idiot.
Factor, whatever is what's easy and convenient for you, that's what your best option is going to be.
What's the so you said I get about 30 to 50 hours on a motor?
Yeah.
And then you have to when you replace the motor, how difficult are they to replace?
You don't replace the motor, you do a refresh.
Okay.
And a total refresh on a motor like that would be around $1,200 for you. Refresh the bottom and top end.
And then you guys do that there too?
We can do it here. We're a Rotec service center, and we also are dealers for the Vortex line, the Rock GP motors and all that. I mean, that's a good thing. You can start with that motor and then decide if you want to buy the Rock GP and put it on it to race the Rock GP classes here, or if you want to refresh that one.
What's the
Rock GP motor goes for $2,600 plus tax, brand new.
And then you get like how many hours you think out of them?
Depending on how you're using it, we can set it up for just practicing and playing around. The timing is set up a little bit safer, and you use a little more oil in the mixture. They're all 2 cycles. Or if you're interested in mostly racing, then you're looking at about 25 to 35 hours.
And then if you're just running it yourself, you're looking at
about 40 hours.
And then it's the same. It's about $1,200 to refresh it.
Yeah.
What's the what about tires and stuff like that? I know it's dependent on how hard you're racing, but
if you race, your race tire then becomes your practice set of tires, and that should last you 2 or 3 practice days. And a set of tires is about $238.
And what about like if I'm just going regular? Is that do I get 10, 12 hours on a set of tires?
They're good for 150 laps.
Oh wow, that's quite a few laps.
Yeah, the first time with the Rotex engines many years ago, to get 50 hours in an engine took about 3.5 years.
Oh really?
Yeah.
April Loves Golf says sealed motion is Charlie flipping. See, I don't see that because if he flips, he puts his mom in jail right away. If he flips on Wendy, then his mom and his dad go down. I just don't see Charlie flipping. But hey, if he does, that's great. I just don't see it. Did this family contribute to philanthropic organizations? I haven't seen anything about it yet. People with money haggle over the last penny. That's right. Hey, Tattles. Hey, Lindsay. Yeah, Charlie won't flip. He has nothing to gain. No. The only thing he would have to gain is maybe a chance at parole. But he's never getting out. I just don't see it. He don't know shit about go-kart engine hours and blah, 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 blah. Right, Bob? I love the creativity putting that up with the audio is so creative. I can't take any credit. It is Pretty Lies and Alibis. Gigi is amazing with her graphics. He might get her a lesser sentence though. Yeah, but I just don't see it because by flipping on Wendy, gets his mom convicted, gets his dad convicted. True Crime says, I'm back for a con artist like Charlie. This is as dumb investment for a go-kart. Yeah. Maybe he'll flip just to get even with Wendy. I agree with that, but I think it would have to be after Donna's trial. If he was to flip, unless they said, you have no choice but to flip now, because there will not be another offer. He knows what happened to Katie. And made were to the, sorry guys. Oh, it's that time of year here. Yes, Lindsay, I love Gigi. I do. I absolutely do love Gigi. Maybe they can make some sort of bargain where he gets mom and dad and they get Wendy. Night, Bob. There is no lesser sentence than life without parole for a murder in Florida. They're lucky they're not doing the death penalty. Yeah. So I can't see him getting, like, what could they give him? What could they say to get him to flip? Like, I could bet he's pissed at Wendy. I guarantee that much. What if he flips to get lesser sentence for his mom? But then he's still convicting Wendy and his dad, right? Yeah, down a flip on Wendy. That'd be something. I think her testifying will put the nail in the coffin for Wendy. Hell hath no fury like a narcissist scorned, so both Donna and Chuck could turn on Wendy. But I just don't see what he gets out of it. That's right. His appeal's on hold. And I think his appeal's on hold because of all the stuff that they're trying to keep out of Donna's trial that they're going to say should have not have been presented in Charlie's trial. Maybe they upgrade him to a midget to make his toilet wine in. Maybe. Oh, God, who knows? I don't think they can do that in Florida. I could be wrong. Anyone in Florida here, can they lower Charlie's sentence to 25 years? But then he's still got the other two, right? He's still got 60 on top of his life. So no, that 25 years would be out of the question. Oh, she's testifying. She has no choice but to testify. She's the only one that can explain away her words on the wiretaps and after the bump. She's the only one that can explain it. She has to testify. Can someone guide me on how to become a member? So you should, on the Crime and Coffee's main page, it should say join. If you click join, that's where you can become a member. It is clear to me that they're pulling out the big strong arms for Donna's trial, and Charlie got the bottom of the bucket in defense for his trial. That's right. Rashi needed Charlie out of the way. He wanted to be the favorite new son. No, he'd have to be retried, wouldn't he? I would think. Hey, Lindsay. Yep, I was there. I like Tim Jansen, so anytime he's on, I go. The court shouldn't allow Rashi to represent two people in a conspiracy. It's a conflict of interest. They waived the conflict. Charlie and Donna waived the conflict. You're welcome. True Wave. If you were on a phone, there is no join button, but I'm about to post the link for membership soon, and that might help. Thanks, True. Hey, Lori. Welcome back. Chat's going a little too fast here, guys, so just give me a second. I just don't want to make sure everybody... Vengeance is the biggest for action in most narcissists. Never underestimate the vengeance in a narcissist's heart. Isn't that true, Patricia? And I promised, I believe it was Lee. I promised Lee, because she watches on a TV, to try to keep the longer comments up longer. So hopefully I'm doing okay, Lee. Let me just see. There must be something, because Rivera was involved in the murder and he got 19 years. Yeah. He threw them all under the bus, right? Oh, thanks, Shiraz, for posting that. Welcome. Hey, tennis girl. Oh, chat moves fast. Welcome to the members. Thank you. Welcome to the club. Yeah, he did, Benji. He got a plea deal. But that was before he was tried, right? Charlie, I could be absolutely wrong, but tennis girl came. Yeah, there she is. Yeah, right. That's right, Lou. He took it wisely. Before he even went to court, he pled guilty. He took the deal. So, I don't know. I believe it was Tim that said today he wouldn't get nothing. He wouldn't get any. Charlie there's nothing that he would get that would make it worth it. And that's what I thought too. Like, he would have had to flip at his trial, I think, or prior to it. I still think that I'm still gonna stand with that sealed motion is about Robert. Yeah, you will Dashhound. Welcome to Going Off the Rails, my friend, because we go off the rails. Sorry, that noise you're hearing is the person I'm in contact with to design the merch. So I'm sorry that it's going off. His chance at a deals are long gone. I agree, Lindsay. Like, I just honestly, unless I know people have said that state and federal are different. Could he make a deal to go and be in federal if he gave up Wendy? I just don't know. Rivera is going to tell how Wendy and Sigfredo were chit-chatting on burners. Yeah, you think he would have already done that. Lewis would have already done that. Like, I just honestly, this trial, murder is a state crime. Thanks, Benji. But this trial is going to be, I was afraid it was going to be a repeat kind of Charlie's, which some way it's going to be. I think it's going to be bombshell after bombshell. The Adelsons, the case that keeps on giving. Isn't that true, April? Hi, Elizabeth. I'm a new subscriber. Love to listen while I go to sleep. Problem is now I stay up too late. I hear you. I hear you, because I get off here. Honestly, guys, I get off here. I make sure I try to answer all messages from people that are on the rewatch. And then I try to rewatch metrics. It's like, but, and thank you, Elizabeth, for the subscription. I forgot to say that. So thank you. I greatly do appreciate it. Yeah, Shrez, that's how I got started. Maybe you can get Donna and Harvey's easier sentences. Yeah. But what does he get? That's the problem. Narcissists don't do nothing for anybody unless it's what they get out of it. Like he's holding the cards. He could turn Wendy in a second, but it's what he gets from it. That's the only thing I can't wrap my head. It's pretty suspicious that they are hardly any communications from Wendy, not even hi mom. I think a lot of that is done. I guarantee she was using a different phone, WhatsApp, something. And that's what I think. If it's WhatsApp, it's gonna come out, right? Hi, Win. Welcome back. Charlie will be thinking of nothing else but who he can blame for his predicament, and it will always come back to his precious sister, so he could do it without any gain. But does a narcissist I'm just going off a narcissist that I was around, and nothing was done without having something in return. We're a friendly bunch here. I guess he could get revenge for Wendy being a bitch to him, right? But oh, and that she is. Wow. Grish seems to think that Sifredo and Wendy are communicating on burner phones as well as Katie and Wendy. I almost agree with Grish on that one. There's something curious, and there's that rumor of the first trip and things like that. So that's right. Georgia only lets certain info out as she goes. She's the boss. Georgia is the boss. Hello, Win. I agree. He doesn't have to get anything out of it other than the satisfaction of seeing her suffer right along with him. Well, I guess maybe, yeah, if you look at it that way, that's what he would get. Is basically, bitch, you thought you had me? Well, here you go. Oh, you could see that. Oh, yes. Sarah Catherine Dugan, she's boss too. They are a team. They are. Oh, if I was in Donna's shoes and they were, I'd just say I'm guilty. I wouldn't do it. I just wouldn't. No. Okay, dinner is eaten, dishes are done, drinks poured, time to have fun with the coffee crew. Welcome to all I missed while away. Nicely said, Sky. Like I said, vengeance is strong and all. Yep. That it is. It is true. They are, Lindsay, right? They are a force. They are a force. And then April says, Marie, I've thought that all along. The owl on Facebook, the owl shirt, born at night, but not last night. Oh, look at this. We have to. I love my chef. And then we have, I love you too, honey. Isn't that sweet? Benji says if he did turn on Wendy, he would lose Donna's love, which he lives for. But hey, Benji, it's rumored, right? It's rumored that Rashi's running back and forth handing out messages to Charlie from Donna to Charlie. Unless Donna give him the okay. Charlie will want Donna out in 5 and 10. Oh, I want her to rot there. I want her to live to like 130. I want her to rot in there. Thanks, True, for putting that up. Okay, you two. That was kind of adorable. They are. Mrs. and Mrs. Sky is amazing. She sure did, April. She sure did. That's right. She probably doesn't have 10 left. I'd like her to live. So, no, I want her to, she'll be 70. She's 74 when she was arrested. She'll be 75 this year. So, I want her to live to 150. That way she lives her exact same life. Oh my God, computer dumb me just took forever to figure that out. Laugh out loud. Donna's is great shape. We saw her bop down the stairs at the bump. Good living all this time. Yeah. Yeah, she's just acting it. I just think I can't wait to see how they dress her up for trial. Oh, it's going to be brilliant. I want somebody to put braids in her hair like they did for Katie. I want her to be braided hair. Oh, okay, guys. Well, hey, Sarah. Wendy Adelson definitely talked to Sigfredo Garcia. I'm sure that she's using a third party to get him commissary money. Well, when I saw her leave that trial and Sigfredo followed her with his eyes, he did not move his head. He followed her with his eyes. I'm like, something's there. Hair up and glasses, grandma look. Yeah, I say like I'm going with like a 70s, 80s library look. That's what I'm going with. It's too funny what we talk about, guys. Honestly. All right, let's get back to Charlie and his go-kart.
Wait, what?
Depends how intense you're going to be with your practicing and racing and all that.
Yeah, it's true, because I mean, it's not an hour is like a lot of time on a track.
Yeah.
An hour of like
It's 6-10 minute sessions.
Yeah, and then when I take the car up there and use it, I just pay you guys $50 for the track fee.
Correct.
All right. One other question too is the trailer included with this cart?
No, just a cart and a cart cover.
And I think this is a pretty good price.
It's a really good deal because of the Micron and the GPS.
What is the Micron?
It's a data system.
So it gives you like your lap information and everything.
Yep. Lap information, track map. You need a download key on a laptop to get the information out of the data system. And the new Micron 5s are $500. So just in data system, it's $500. The new motor, you're looking at about $3,800 for a road test. And a new chassis, you're looking at about $4,500.
So that's actually a really good deal. If it's in good condition, it's
in good condition. Like the guy that owns it, I've known him since he got the cart. And he is into equestrians, so he never had time to come out.
So you just bought it for $9,000 and selling it for $3,500.
Yeah, pretty much. Basically, he bought it brand new. We used it a few times, and then he's just busy with the horses.
Well, I'll tell you what. You want to ask him if I paid cash, what would be the best price he'd go?
Sure. Give me a call back tomorrow, and I'll have an answer for you.
Okay. And then if he comes down a little bit, then I'll probably buy it from him.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Awesome. All right, man. I'll
for you.
Perfect. I'll give you a call tomorrow.
Okay, Charlie.
All right. Thanks, man.
Bye.
Just 1 sec. I want to answer some of these. Where can we see the video of Sig watching Wendy? I'll try to find it as you guys are watching this. I'll pull it up. Because as she walks out of that first trial, he's sitting there and his eyes just follow. I was like, okay. This seems like a rather specific hobby for a guy like Charlie. Well, and then remember he took. Sorry, guys, my phone's going off. He took a bunch of his friends up there, and they all had to rent their go-karts, but he owned his go-kart. Yeah, watch Garcia and Catherine Mayweather's first trial. Yeah, I'll pull it up here while you guys are watching this. Just give me 1 sec, and I'm not ignoring you. I just got to pull it up.
what's up? Hey, bud. Yeah, no, I hate putting stuff in text message. I don't blame you there. I got Anavar. Oh, Anavar. Yeah, you don't want Anadrol, man. That stuff will make you break out, turn you into a gorilla. You're not going into the UFC, so you're fine.
Well, I've taken Anadrol before. It puts a little bit of size on me, but it doesn't make me break out. Or I took that with a cycle of Trent.
Okay. Yeah, Anadrol is it's a lot stronger. I mean, it's a lot harder on your body. It's meant to be cycled. Where Anavar, you can just stay on for 5 years.
Yeah, Anavar. I want Anavar for maintenance. So I'm definitely gonna get the Anavar from you, but I want the Anadrol too. And also, can you get injected? Because I was thinking about taking a Tren and a test cycle.
Yeah, I mean, I can. It's just part of the hassle for me to drive out to get it from this guy. But
well, when's the next time you're going out to reload this guy? Because
I can tell him what I want. I mean, if you don't want the Anavar, that's fine.
No, I do want the Anavar.
Okay. Text me on WhatsApp. Is WhatsApp?
So I do want the Anavar. I'll get. What do you want to? Maybe I'll get like 4 of them. Yeah, like 4 would probably be good. So that'll
400.
be 8. Yeah, that'll be 880, right? Yeah. Okay. So 880 on that, and then I'll just get that like in the next day or two. And then when you get the Anadrol, just let me know. And any injectable tests, 300 or 400, and Tren.
All right.
That's it.
When you do this, when you come and see me,
I'll write it down.
Write down exactly what you want, and then I'll send it to my guy.
Okay. Sweet.
But no credit card, no check.
No, it's got to be cash.
Yes.
Okay. No problem.
That's all right. I don't take Amex anymore.
It makes sense. If you're doing this, people like me and you, we can't have any record of it. So
how's everything else going?
Things are going great for me right now. You know, working hard. Got businesses back in full swing. Going through a custody battle with, of course, because she's this girl's nuts, man. When she left, I let her go because then I'll pay her child support or whatever the courts say, because the court's going to be a lot more reasonable. A lot are going to probably award less than I was giving her. So she shot herself in the foot.
The first time I met her, we went to Rust again, and I was like, I hope he doesn't knock this girl up.
Dude, it was the worst. Anybody can just, and she'll move in with anybody.
What kind of ad?
Like a thing like, here's me and my child, we're looking for a place to live, like on Craigslist. That's not safe. You know the kind of sickos you do that? And so she's moving in with jumping from guy to guy. She's had like 4 different boyfriends since she left, living in 4 or 5 different households. And those relationships last 2 months. Seriously.
And freeze the boys.
Seriously.
I'm telling you, Michael Jordan got himself neutered. He didn't have to worry about it. Froze his boys. He got married to a much younger woman. They said, okay, we're going to have a baby. Let's take the boys out of the freezer. And that's how it was done. That's it.
That's smart.
But somewhere between $1 million and $1.3 million is what you should have today. I'm just saying, like, you're gonna financially ruin yourself. I almost would tell you never get married. You already have 3 kids.
This is the thing. I found my high school sweetheart. Okay, we've gotten back together, so we're together again. I should be signing a prenup today to marry her. Yeah, but you're making the money.
Yeah,
sitting in the same place.
That shit. I'll just have a bigger ulcer than you. I have more kids.
True.
Yeah, I gotta find a chick who's got money. Bottom line.
Right. Yeah, you do. Man. This Asian girl, by the way, she's told me that she wants to go out on a group date. You and.
Sorry, guys. I found it. Let's see. Oh. Hey, Jane. Hi, Rochelle. I feel like you're babysitting all the anxious trial waiters here. Laugh out, keeping us from doing something stupid while waiting. I'm one of them. I'm anxious. You guys are babysitting me. Clue says, why do you think Sigfredo, I so hope you're right, will testify? Oh, can you imagine if he finally opens his mouth and says what he knows? Oh boy. Shiraz says it isn't enough that both parties win, someone must lose, and it ain't going to be them. Okay, I'm just catching up here on the chat. So I'm just gonna unshare this for a second. and bring up, where did it go? Where did it go? Oh, here it is. So this is where I seen him staring her down. So I got it right to just before the part.
Yeah, but he neither any further. Back panel. One brief moment, Charlie. Hold on a second, Mercedes.
Under subpoena, Your Honor.
You remain under their subpoena.
Your Honor,
Right, to you.
Ms. Adelson has a flight tonight at 7 p.m. and she returned home and. is
Right.
subject
You
to
can
recall.
communicate with her about any arrangements if you need her to come back, but she's free to go at this point.
Your Honor, we'll reach out to her attorney when we come back.
All right,
It's-
last
go
thing
back
you're
a
gonna
bit.
get this afternoon is probably hold on a second, Mercedes.
Under subpoena, Your Honor.
See if I can freeze it at the right spot.
Her to come back with the jurors raised, they asked a question.
Under subpoena, Your Honor.
You remain
I'm
under,
not fast enough, guys.
hold on a second, Mercedes.
Let me get this off the chat. It isn't enough that both parties win, someone must lose, and it's going to be. Let me move down here. And like, look at his eyes. He's staring her down. He is staring her down. Isaac Sigfredo Garcia's eyes follow Wendy. Yep. He's not moving his head, but his eyeballs are sure like that's got to hurt. Any lip readers here? What was Garcia cracking up about after the hearing with Sarah? Was it because Judge Everett said jail sucks? Sealed motion. I was late going back to rewatch and find out what that's all about. Oh, don't have to go back and rewatch, Rabbit. I can say. I'm just talking about the sealed motion that dropped today and discussing what it might be. And that my opinion is that it's about Robert. That they did an interview or something with Robert. They want it sealed because they don't want it to be out before the jury's picked. Because whatever he says about his mom could really taint the jury. So that in the nutshell is what we were just talking about, what it might mean. Did you guys not see? I'll bring it up. I'll bring it up for you. It was from Daniel. So, oh, Jibs and Jab came in. I didn't see him. Sorry, my friend. Welcome. So yeah, Rabbit, we were just discussing what the sealed motion might be about. Some people are saying it's about Charlie flipping. I just don't see that. I see that they don't want anything about Robert coming out until after jury's picked. Clueless, that rat stigma doesn't apply here, friend. She's a rich woman and everyone he knows went down. Just watch, friend. He will love watching her go down. If Katie goes down, Wendy should too. Yes. Major side eye. Wow, thanks for finding that. He looks salty while looking at Wendy. I saw it. You know, it's so funny because I've watched these so many times, but now that I'm doing this and I rewatch it, I'm watching them a lot closer to see if I can find anything. And that side eye was just, it was something. And there's another, I think it might be, because this one's Law and Crime. I think Court TV had a feed, and it was a little bit slower as she was walking. And Miss Sky, you feel like he's staring at you. Jib says, hi, all. I'm having problem catching messages because the poll results keep coming in on my phone. Do you want me to get rid of it? I'll get rid of it. I'm going to end poll. There, I ended it. If it's in the way, let's get it going. Let's get it going. Rochelle, just slow your replay speed down to play it again. Okay, let me just do that. Give me 1 second. Okay. Should we do 0.5? See? Let's do that. Let's do that, guys.
Hold on a second. Let's say this.
Oh, let's do 2.5. Oh, sorry, guys. I put the wrong one. Give me 1 sec. Oh, what are you doing, you silly bugger? Oh, you guys still got full screen. Okay. That is very, 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 very creepy.
Hey, Ben.
That sounds horrible.
Hold on a second. Let's say this.
Isn't that oh, that is horrible. Jibs. Oh, you're welcome, my friend. You're welcome. Okay, I'm back live. Sealed motion filed by the defense. I'm just not clear on the defense filing it if it's Robert. I think so. What I'm thinking is they did some kind of interview or statement with Robert, and because I'm a big firm believer he's testifying this round, and what he has to say about his mom is very damning. So they don't want that out into the public before the jury is selected, because they would think that it would tarnish a juror. Again, just my opinion, but I absolutely think it has something to do with Robert. And like I said, a lot of people think it has something to do with Charlie flipping. I know those eyes, right? Like, let me get this out of the chat here, out of the screen. And she looked really uncomfortable walking by him. Again, just my opinion. Clue says, I know, don't judge a book by its cover, but Fredo looks so good in a suit, clean haircut, nice glasses, but he's a POS murderer for money. And I said the same thing, Clue. I said, if you didn't know this case and you didn't know who the players were, if you just tuned in, you would have thought he was one of the lawyers. I said the same thing. Rabbit says, all I want is for Robert to testify that Donna is who staples money. Plus, he can testify again about the dynamics of the family, right? He's the only one that can really testify about that. So, I know I'm so far behind in chat, guys. I'm so sorry. Oh, Deborah, might have. Deborah says Sig is more likely to be the one in sealed motion. Chips, are you saying I'm being a Donna? Okay, I'm sorry if I missed anybody. I just wanted to show everybody that because what did Clue say? Or X says Clue, I've said that already, but if she takes off, the FBI will go after her. She won't get far, trust me, and that would ultimately seal her fate. I think she has a side to her. I agree, Tats. I agree. What'd Deborah say? Oh, about Sig. I was trying to improve her look. True says, let's be nice. The poll was distracting a bit and couldn't get rid of on mobile device. Well, as long as you should have told me, guys, I would have got rid of it right away. How amazing. When she tries to flee to Mexico, then she's arrested at border. Wow, one could dream. I'm a firm believer. I'm hoping she gets arrested as soon as she leaves that courthouse. Would I like it done in the courthouse? Yes, but they're not going to do that because that would taint the jury, I'm sure. But okay, let's get rid of that. When I saw that look, I was like, there's something there. Because he didn't do that with any other witness but her. So let's get back to the calls. True says, it is okay because I'm still trying to figure out what I hit and made my entire computer look different. Uh-oh. Lindsay says, I'm starting to really think Wendy is next. Oh, guaranteed on that one. Absolutely. Becky says, I was thinking that maybe the sealed motion could be Sarah Yusuf. She's an old ex-friend of Wendy's and any attorney. No, because Mentor Lawyers got a bunch of stuff on Sarah. So that would have been sealed if it was Sarah. I don't know where our friend Ian is tonight, and I don't know where Hugh is, and I'm very worried about Hugh. Very, very worried. Clue, no, she will probably be allowed to go into Mexico, and the feds will follow her, tell the federales, and they will take her into custody. So if that happened, would she have to spend some time in a Mexican jail? Oh, that would be fun. That would be fun for her. I seen in a chat earlier in the day, you seen Hugh or Ian? Okay. Drop in yesterday. I didn't see him, but he did. Okay, so somebody has seen Hugh today. Okay, that's good. Yeah, if she had to spend any amount of time in a Mexican jail, or would they just hand her over to the FBI right away? Sorry, guys. Got something on my glasses and it's bugging me. I saw Hugh in Matrix chat. Okay, good. As long as somebody sees him, that makes me happy. Okay, we'll go back to this. That there. And again, thank you, Pretty Lies and Alibis. Oh wow, Wendy in a Mexican jail. Now that's the first time I thought I hope she does visit Mexico. Hell yeah. Some awful Mexican jails. That's right. We should be like that little chihuahua on the old Taco Bell commercials, running for the border. Oh, that would be a little fun for us.
Her friend.
Hey, Charlie.
Hey, how are you?
Good, sweetheart. How are you?
Good. Just leaving the office.
Okay.
Busy day today.
Yeah.
Didn't stop for the only time I stopped was when I was on the phone.
Whose office were you at?
Rob Stanton.
Oh, okay.
So it's good. I become friends with him too, so it's nice
Yeah,
hanging out with
that's
him and his
good.
wife, and we go out all the time.
That's nice. Dad had a question. He said if he goes, because he's going to go Thursday,
Right?
to register the car. So, he'll go with the existing paperwork. If they say anything to him, like 40, whatever it is, 43, 48, what number, how much did you want the car to stay for?
It's 43. Whatever.
$4,300 for a 12 Land Rover.
It's a 2004. The VIN number is a 2004. The state of Florida screwed up when they did the title, but the VIN number is correct on the title, and the VIN number on the car reflects an 04.
Okay, exactly. So that's why she even asked me, are you sure this is a 12?
Yeah, it's not a 12.
Matching. Right. So even though it says that on the paperwork, should Dad say to them it's an 04, or should he say nothing and see what they do?
Say nothing.
Okay.
Just the VIN number. The VIN number
is
reflects
the only thing that
04.
matters.
The other thing I was going to tell you is this: why doesn't Dad just go on Monday on the way after the office and do it? Stop in for 15 minutes and we'll do it for 20 minutes.
It's hard to do that because it's not 15, 20 minutes. It is 15, 20 minutes, but he doesn't leave here Monday. He works out from 8 to 9, showers, and then just gets up there just before 10.
I'm sure there's a place in Miami you can do it, isn't
Yeah, that's right. Oh, yeah, he's not going to Broward.
Okay, yeah.
I found a place down here. He can go here.
I wouldn't be surprised if there's one on the beach.
I found one the last.
Oh, it's sitting in the driveway.
Perfect. Okay.
Clint's got my driver's license. I've got a car without a tag that doesn't match the thing. I've got no registration.
Well, other than that,
I'm like, oh, that. Fucking write me the fine. I'll have my kid. Great.
It's just glad I had somebody else's license.
Tell Dad I'm missing my driver's license. I don't have a registration, and I have a tag that doesn't belong to the car. Besides that, I'm perfect.
Oh, Dad said, yeah, he'll have to get your license plate, right?
Yeah, unless he wants to draw one on a piece of paper for me.
Yeah. That's why he's asking you if it has one.
But it has one, it just doesn't belong to the car.
Exactly. It's not a transfer. He needs a new one.
Yeah.
He needs a new one. It's not a transfer. Okay.
You can't just take license plates off of cars. It's kind of
illegal. No? Okay. So we'll make sure he doesn't do that. Okay. Take care of that. Yeah. No problem.
So, Houston with like 150 stores in New York and
good.
In New York and New Jersey. So
you said that today?
They announced it today. I knew about it.
Oh, they announced it. Oh, wonderful, honey.
It's always interesting when you know the news before it happens.
Yeah.
It's like
so what did it go up to?
It's 0.032.
Okay, so it's moving.
Oh yeah, I mean the thing is, and the volume is good. It's over. The whole thing with this is having the volume because you have the shares, right?
Right.
But if it's not being traded, like if it's a thinly, I'm sure you've heard the expression, it's a thinly traded stock.
No. Mm-hmm.
Thinly traded just means there's not many shares being put out there.
Yeah.
So you may want to sell your shares, but there's nobody looking to buy it. It's not like Disney World, where there's 15 million shares a day traded or 20 million shares, whatever, of Disney. So if you want to sell your shares at Disney and Donna has 10 shares at Disney, you'll sell.
Yeah.
Well, if you have 20 million shares, but it's only trading 20,000 a day, do the math.
Yeah.
You will never get filled. I mean, it'll take you 100 years to get out.
Yeah.
And then sometimes stocks die and they go down to like 10 shares a day and nothing. There's no fun.
Right.
So the point is that there's so much going to come out that's going to, the whole point is if we can get it up to, even if it hits 10 cents, it's going to be insane.
Yeah.
So, and this guy that is a CEO now is is a real CEO. I mean, he really did it as a
Absolutely, Jib. Isn't that the Adelsons sure were living their best life before the bump? Not one thought, not one darn thought about Dan. Yeah, I just checked, guys. We are at 1,800 subs. You guys are, I say we because this is a community. So we're at 1,800 subs. That's amazing. Shiraz, can you post your channel? I did like to subscribe. I must see these earrings. Yep, go ahead, Shiraz. I know what listening to these guys talk about stock market wants to gouge your eyes out. Unbelievable. Since Wendy is an unindicted co-conspirator and she has she crossed state line, she is now under the jurisdiction of the FBI. Big mistake. They have much deeper pockets than these states. Oh, I never thought of it that way. I know. Isn't that something? You guys are amazing. Oh, Lindsay, he never stops talking. I couldn't imagine being a cellmate or beside him. Could you imagine? No, they still don't think about Dan. But that's what we're all for. That's what we're all for. The first 2 years after Dan was their honeymoon. The day of the bump, they knew it was over. Oh. Hey, Matt, welcome. But after the bump, it was anxiety-filled nights and diarrhea and paranoia-filled days. Thanks, Lindsay. Just wanted to. I wish Georgia would play these calls. It shows how callous the Adelsons are. Yeah. I will get started on them tomorrow. Fun reason to put my little studio back together. There you go. How long was the bump? How long was the bump after this? So this was 2016 and 2014 was 2 years. Still blame Dan Markel to this day. You're right, True. They sure do. Stock market and race car driver. Is there anything he can't do? Nope. So I just had a message come through too, and it said, and I'm going to tell you guys because it's hilarious. This person said, "Hey, lady, you talk too much to the chat." So I told them, if you don't like it, piss off. Their good life ended after the bump. Yeah, I talk too much to the chat, they said. Oh, okay. Shiraz, I don't have a channel. I'm just a dabbling hobbyist. That's what she says, right? For sure, the Adelsons were protected by politicians after the bump. The FBI knew the deal with all the players. Yeah, they did. It has to be requested. I agree. Sorry, I'm not sure what needs to be requested. I missed something. Maybe Wendy told Sigfredo and Katie to frame Charlie. I don't know. We are here to hear Rochelle talk to the chat and talk back to her. That's right. I've said from the beginning, I didn't just want a channel. I wanted a community. We can all go to these other channels and maybe our questions will get answered. Maybe they will not. This channel is for... Sorry, Miss Jane. This channel is for a community atmosphere of discussion. Charlie knows everything about everything, like how to talk his entire family into prison. Yeah. If they would have just stayed off the damn phones. Oh my God. Hello, Ian. Actually, you keep up very nicely with the chat. Ignore the haters. There's a million other free channels. Let them go. That's what I said, Matt. If you don't like it, piss off. I used to say thank you for your opinion. Thank you for your advice. Now I'm just like, you know what? We got a good thing going here. Just piss off. I still think Wendy is protected. It's getting that protection is thinning very quickly. It is thinning very quickly. Barb, well, no, not automatic, but she's directly involved in a murder and she looks like she is attempting to flee. Trust me, friend, the feds are all over her. Oh yeah, they're not gonna. Same thing every time, Ian, off the rails. We're doing wiretaps. We're talking about the sealed motion. And anything else that comes up. Oh, thanks, Tattles. This channel is definitely a favorite. Thank you. I appreciate all you guys. Hater be hating, right? True. I should have actually replied, Wendy, I'm sorry you don't like what we're discussing. That's going to be my new thing, I think. Sorry you don't like what we're discussing, Wendy. Charlie and Wendy thought the joke was funny because they are so demented. They don't know how to read a room. Yeah, absolutely. Rabbit says, crime and coffee. Rochelle, I especially wanted to commend you on your kind of fun demeanor. There are too many other creators getting stressed out right now. Chats go south. You're a safe place. And that's, we can only do with what's coming and we can only discuss it. None of us have a say on what happens. So if it goes south or whatever, we have each other to, humor. And I enjoy the humor in here so we can laugh. Like last night, the chat had me I was laughing so hard I had tears going down my face. I had to excuse myself. It's alive. It's alive when we chat. This is all about getting up opinions. Great job. Keep it going. Thank you. Yeah, and then it's just crazy how people are. We must understand, guys, this is a high-profile case. No way the authorities let her slip through their fingers. If anything, they'll make an example out of her. She's toast, friends. I agree. She is toast. She is toast, and that's all she's going to get for breakfast from now on is toast with some really large, like butter. Morning. I made a live 3:25 a.m. here, Great Britain. Hi, Dottie. Welcome back. Yeah. There, okay. We will get back to the calls.
Favored Adam because it's his aunt's boyfriend of like 15 years.
Yeah,
but he was the CEO of one of the divisions at Citibank. Like they know how to market products, take things to market, sign deals. That's what a CEO does.
Right.
You have the right CEO, they take companies to the next level. You got the wrong CEO, and they trash it. But to get a CEO like this on a no-name penny stock is like unheard of. Like it's like it's basically like who you know to
right to get him.
Yeah, it's like Johnny Cochran.
And that's why he did it, because it's a family, because it's family.
Yeah, he's got money, stock options, and all those.
Sure.
But it's not. But it's not outside the realm of like this. It would be like getting into a fender bender and walking into Gary Hill.
Right.
And the car would be like, all right, who do you know? Gary doesn't do shit like that.
Right. He doesn't do
like
that.
He's still getting paid or whatever, but it's not like.
Oh no, I understand.
So, but anyway, it's exciting. I see what happens. But it should be a really, really interesting year.
It should be. It should be. I hope it's a wonderful year. That's great.
So I'm excited too. Anyway.
Good. All right, my love. So we are going to finish up this pile of paperwork in front of us so we could get done for the evening. We had a ton, and then we had, the kids full afternoon. So, and then Ben was really fine. He told Wendy he didn't feel well this morning, and he's never said that. To Wendy, this kid usually doesn't eat anything. I said he ate all day long. He's just fine.
45 minutes.
Oh, good.
So I'll be able to find out the full scoop.
Yeah, I wonder why, unless they have other plans to go out for her birthday. But I can't imagine him missing her birthday. It just doesn't sound kosher to me.
I don't know. I mean, I'll find out everything.
Yeah.
I mean, Bree lives with Dave, and
I know.
Like talks to her all, and let's just see what happens. But I'll find out. I'll find out everything. The only thing is that there also reaches a point where I actually have to worry about, focus on my own life.
Yes, you do.
Crazy thoughts sometimes, but I've done.
Not a bad thought.
I saw the mute and I said some bad words. Did you see me? I said bad words. I said a lot of bad words there. I was talking about Charlie, how he should have 2 years ago decided to live his own damn life. I know. The words I used probably would have got me demonetized. So maybe it's a good thing. Yeah, I was just holding down for a large bleep because I said some words that I don't think I've ever said on here when he said he should start living his own life. And he goes, I know it's a strange thing, but those words probably would have got the first strike on the channel. So maybe somebody was looking up for me there.
I know.
I've done above and beyond.
Yes, you have.
I will continue to help out any way possible. You know what? Like in life, I think sometimes, not that you shouldn't guide people, and not that you shouldn't offer your advice or whatever, but it's a fine line because it comes a point where you create the opposite you want to have happen.
Yeah, well, that's why even with Bree, you have to be careful now.
Because then, but I'm saying, but what happens sometimes is you can create the opposite response than what you want to have happen simply because.
I agree, X, in a way, too. Wendy does have this rich boyfriend who probably has very good lawyers. Wendy's best chance in court. If she doesn't use Rashi, she may actually have a chance. She will not use Rash Bomb. 100%. Not if she's had Laurel sitting with her this whole time. And who was it that said last night? Oh, no, it was Fancy Fiction. If you're out there, Fancy, hello. She said that when John Laurel had his head down the whole time, he was actually watching live responses on YouTube about her testifying. He was watching what people were saying. Donna and Harvey should have allowed, never should have allowed this. Now Donna wants to save her family. Buy another vowel, Donna. Yep, that's what she said. I've got to save my family. If Wendy uses Rash, she's insane. Yeah, she won't use Rash Bomb. Not when she's had John Laurel the whole time. how Wendy only deserves old moldy bread, not toast for her. True enough. Someone mentioned last night that the boyfriend has a plane. I did. I mentioned it too. Yep. And it's called Million Air. That's what he's named his plane. John Laurel has no lips. It's off-putting. Oh, I wonder what channel he was watching. I would almost bet he was probably watching STS because of the lawyers that Joel has on during that. Wendy will never use Rashi. She's not stupid. She played her whole flying monkey family. Yeah. Yeah, she won't use Rash Bomb. Wendy is hearing to all what we got to say. This gives her some clue. Yep. That's why her flying monkeys are out all the time. Million Air. That's almost as smarmy as Maestro license plate. The boyfriend wouldn't dare smuggle her out of the country. It would be the stupidest thing he could possibly do. Agree. I agree on that. If John Laurel was watching live chat comments about Wendy's testimony, then he knew real time how bad she came across to the jury. Good. I hope they choke on it. That's what Fancy said. And like Fancy's got her eye on this, and she's had her eye on this from the beginning. So my hat is off to Fancy Fiction. 100%. She's got great sources, all of this. So Rochelle knows I don't use profanity and I don't shame those who do. You do you. Yeah, well, I used a really bad profanity there. So I'm it's the one time that the mute worked for me. Wendy thinks Bum Rash is a complete idiot. She's above him. He's nowhere near elite enough to. Yeah, no, she won't. She won't touch him with a 10-foot pole. Millionaire Aviation is a timeshare for planes similar to NetJets. He doesn't own the plane. Oh, okay, Matt. Thank you for that. So he just timeshares it. Thank you for that information. Thank you so much. Hey, Scott. Has anyone found out what Wendy's friend Sarah is going to say during Donna's trial? We haven't found out what she's going to say, but when Wendy asked her to go on and do interviews and speak good about her, that's when Sarah was like, done. So I'm hoping Sarah has information on Donna and Wendy because she was close enough. Debbie, John Laurel going to take the rest of her money when she gets arrested. But he's got to be more expensive than Rashbaum. Like, my God, he was a lawyer for Donald Trump. I wonder if Jose Baez wants Wendy's case. He got Casey Anthony off. So you guys think that, do you think that Laurel won't be her lawyer for trial? And what did Jib say? Jib said something. Jane agreed, friend. What makes Charlie so fascinating is he thought he was so smart, and yet he's actually an idiot. The lack of self-awareness is absolutely incredible. Right, X? True says, do we really know if Wendy still has John Laurel as an attorney? Well, we'll see, right? If he's in the gallery. Society page gave Fancy a star on the Walk of Fame. Nice. Society page is great too. Like I say, I'm just a new channel, but I will give credit where credit is due. And Fancy Fiction, Katie Kool-Lady, A Legal Focus, Mentor Lawyer, like these were people I turned to for answers, right? When I was just in. So I don't think Laurel can make a jury like Wendy. I don't think Tattles, I agree. I don't think anybody's going to like her. Ian says, when is Jane getting arrested for effing with my boy Jeff and also for kneeling on the floor at Wendy's feet? That's 2 charges they could get her on. Oh, Ian, we love you. We do. Sky says, please like and subscribe. Yeah, I'm going to check here in a minute what our subscription numbers are. Wendy admires Casey Anthony. She'll use Jose Baez. Wow. It's going to be interesting. Seriously, friends, from the plan itself to the tall tale he told on the stand to having Rashi as his lawyer, Charlie is one of the biggest bumbling morons I have ever seen. He's on a new level. Absolutely. Absolutely. Charlie hired idiots. That makes him an idiot. And Donna hired the same idiot. Like, oh. 1801. Look at us go, guys. We're 1801 strong. Okay, I think I got everybody. Sorry, guys, the chat just went. Rabbit's here. Crime at Copy. Earlier this evening, the Society page did a 1-year anniversary birthday show. He re-showed a bunch of his videos. If folks don't know his work, this show would be perfect. I watched it. I watched. I think I saw you in there, Rabbit. I'm not muted. Jamie. Don't scare me like that. Jose Baez is busy with Shannon Gardner's case, shockingly like this case with a hired hitman to kill her ex-husband. Plus, he can't stop talking about everything he recorded. Lines, pure idiocy. Hey, Jane. Yes, there's a motion hearing tomorrow, Barb. I will be streaming it, so you're more than welcome to come and watch here. Yeah, don't scare me like that. Okay.
Doesn't want to feel like they were forced into it because this is what they wanted, so I guess I should go do this. And next thing you know, you're getting I'm doing the opposite more for the reason of I'm not letting that. Nobody likes to feel controlled. Some people really don't like it.
Right.
So what you got to be careful because you can end up, you want the horse to think, hey, I'm thirsty. I'm going to go get some water on my own.
Right.
You don't want to end up with a situation where you're dragging the horse by the ears over to the water trough, and it's an independent horse, and the horse is like,
hello, my friend. I was wondering where you were. And Shiraz, yeah. I have on my main page, I have Society page linked to it. So you can just go there and click on there to go and see, because it is absolutely, he's so good at what he does. I'd love to speak to Society page and see if he could help me make an intro, because he's amazing.
you can't make me do this, and they're just resisting because they feel like they're being told what to do and forced what to do. And even if it's the right thing to do, nobody likes to be told what to do and forced to do something. If they start feeling like they're forced, they're going to start
I'm sorry, I have to stop for Ian. Don't know why, but Charlie saying I had inside information about Dave is my favorite thing he says. He's so proud of himself and completely oblivious to the fact that he's about to go away for life. right? He truly is. Jane, you're right, friend, but he has such a high opinion of himself. He thinks he's just at the end. He's just all that and then a loaf of bread on top of it. He's hard to believe. This family is stupid in a brand new way. Absolutely. Oh, True, how sweet of you. True just gifted a Crime and Coffee membership. Thank you, True. Do you know the bit? I mean, it's so stupid. I think you're great, Ian. Let me know who got that. There you go at True Crime Wifey. Welcome to the crew, Deb. Welcome to the crew, Deb. Thank you, True Crime Wifey. Welcome to the fan, Debbie. Debbie Bright got it. Thank you. Welcome. How are you feeling today, Hugh?
Rebelling and being like, you know what? Like, mind your own damn business. Don't tell me what to, even if you're telling them the 110% thing to do.
Right.
It's like, you know what? I'm an adult. Mind your own business. Let me worry about me. Stop.
Right. Yeah.
You know, and instead of it being like, you know, you just kind of like a little bit of guiding and then you just back off and let them do their own damn thing. Let them go live their life. You know what I'm saying? So then what she said opened up the door for me to say whatever I wanted to.
Right.
But had she not opened up that box and I just dove right in, she would be like, well, you quit telling me what to do with my life. She's the one who brought it to me. Then I, you know what I mean? So it's like, it's a very delicate thing, but I could definitely find out, you know, what's going on. And then I since Wendy's already talked to me about this stuff, I mean, I can talk to her more about it.
I mean, things are obviously fine because
things are good and they're progressing, and I don't think there's any reason to like.
No, I would talk about.
But I'll get the gist of it. I know Dave's still crazy about her, so
yeah. So that's all good.
I'll just make sure. More importantly, I'll just make sure Bree's giving Dave the right advice.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, so
keep her on track.
Yeah, maybe we'll do. You know what we'll do? Maybe because Bree brought this idea up a while ago. Maybe I'll take like a cruise, 4 of us, and we'll go away for like a weekend or something. Like one of those like leave on Friday, come back Monday morning.
Yeah.
Do something like that, which would be perfect.
That's right.
So and
even Memorial Day is coming up. That's a long weekend.
Well, no, they have cruises that you leave Friday. They're actually fantastic. You leave Friday.
Good.
Everything else is good.
I'm glad to hear that. I'm excited for you about a lot of things.
So yeah, no, it's an exciting time. You know, it really. You know,
I'm actually shocked, Jibs, that we didn't get on any of these wiretapes them bad mouthing him like that. Can you imagine what Don and Charlie would say when about Dan Markel? I'm really shocked we didn't get anything. Charlie's all about the family. Jeez, I tell ya. Dave is so crazy about her that he's with someone else. Yep. He got out. He's probably thanking God that this family that he didn't get involved and that she didn't like him like that. Charlie thought Katie was the perfect middleman between him and Sig. Katie's a woman, so especially stupid. How she is cross the street without getting hit by the bus is a total miracle. Yeah, why he thought Katie'd be the perfect one and then stay in contact after. Like, that doesn't make sense to me. Charlie's never wrong because Charlie's always right. Right, Matt? Absolutely. Oh, oh, Matt, there's a good chance. All right. Dan is haunting me from the grave, is what Donna would say. Yeah. Charlie, they've had those short cruises for years. One reason I'd love to live that way. Oh. Dave was too old for Charlie. Well, maybe he likes the other team older and the other team younger. Exactly. So these calls just show that put him in the rear view long time ago. He's nothing to them and no concern about what they did. It's disgusting. Yeah. It's just, they just don't, it doesn't go through their head. Like Don and Charlie were drooling over Dave's millions. Yeah, because they knock him off and then they get, oh. Wow. Wonder what is worse, being in jail, prison, or knowing you're going to be in prison shortly. Both are wonderful for these monsters. I wonder too. Patricia says, oh my God, I just had to run outside to break up a fight between a fox and a big tabby cat. The noise was horrendous. Oh no. Did the cat make it? I wonder if he's okay. Charlie was so in love with Dave's money, he gave Dave a gold-plated stapler for his birthday. And it was even engraved. Love, Charlie. What do you guys think Robert truly thinks about his family? Do you think he hates them, or does he still begrudgingly love them? I do wonder. My opinion, I think he is absolutely sickened by them. Absolutely sickened. I bet you he's went over that 70th birthday party over and over and over in his head. If he testifies, we know that he's sickened and he wants to stand on the side of truth. Yeah, oh wow. For some reason, the chat is going so slow on StreamYard, so I'm trying to watch it on both here. I think Charlie's kink is getting fart. All right, here we go. I think Charlie's kink is getting farted in the face. That's why he kept going on about Dave. Oh my goodness. Oh. He had a lot of money, Hugh. And they wanted Wendy with him. Hey, Lynn. Yeah, Dave was popular because of his money. Tattle says, poor Robert, he must carry so much pain and disbelief. Yeah. And I believe that he's still in contact with the Markels. So that says a lot for him to do that. Hi, Patricia Burns. I hope the tabby cat is okay. So do I, Scott. Robert strikes me as a man who understands and feels empathy. So sadly, I expect he is experiencing deep sorrow over all this, especially for Dan and the boys and Markels. I agree, Rabbit. He was normal and he got away. Thank God. Thank God he did. They sealed Rob's motion because the internet will break when we find out what he had to say. That's what I believe. Right? And because the jury hasn't been picked yet, I completely believe it's about Robert. Please like and subscribe, everyone. Greatly appreciated. We're a great crew here. True Crime Wifey, I hosed them and they took off in different directions. I can still hear the fox screeching. Oh, well, I hope the tabby. Hey, Bling. Hey, you. So, Shrez says, you're probably right. He's got to know there was nothing he could do to stop any of this. Nothing. Oh, could you imagine that this is your family, though? Like, geez. Charlie could get a name change and put in a better prison, maybe. Yeah, the time's not going to change, I guess, but more cushy prison. That's all I could see. I just don't see him flipping. I just don't. Can you imagine what Robert felt when he realized what happened and knew his family was probably responsible? He must have been in a state of shock. Exactly. And that's why I say he's probably went over that 70th birthday party in his head over and over and over again to see if there was any clues that he missed. Bumble says, mentor lawyer is the man. He always had the inside information. He is great. Mentor lawyer is great. You'll never hear me put any one of those people down. Some people are estranged from family, but most of us aren't related to killers. And for his whole family to be killers. Could you imagine what his day's like? Especially now a trial's coming up. He's Dr. Adelson, right? He's Dr. Adelson. People are going to be, if people are out there and you're anywhere near Dr. Adelson, please give him his space. Respect him. It's not his fault. His family is fucked in the head. He's a good person. Dang, you think he knew? Wow, that's a kicker. Oh. X, you don't. Oh, you don't think he knew. Okay. True Crime Wifey, the tabby was on top of the fox and the fox was on its back. The tabby was winning. Go, tabby, go. The OMBD podcast says all about how Rob thinks about his family. Yep. He does say in there that he believes they're guilty. It's going to be so. And I've said this, guys. I've said this many times how I think it's going to be incredible optics on watching all her kids testify. But my heart will go out to Robert. My heart will go out to Robert. Oh, Crime and Coffee. I love that you said fucked in the head. Take 2 stacks of moldy cash. Well, they are. Truly, they are. I don't think Robert knew about any of this beforehand. Absolutely. I don't think so either. That's why I said he's probably went back to that 70th birthday party and replayed all this stuff in his head like Jeffrey did when he sat there and made all the notes, right? That's probably what Robert has done. Charlie might flip for 5 Roman noodles, 8 beef sticks, 2 Snickers, and 1 pair of clean socks. Welcome, Matt. Welcome. I wonder if Robert's business has suffered because of this mess. I wonder, Hugh. I just would hope people would leave him alone. He didn't do this. He didn't do anything. Can you fix me a link to that podcast? You know what? We can do that. We can play that if you guys want. We had a feral peacock live near us for about 2 years. So much screaming. Oh, wow. No, I'm not saying he knew at the 70th birthday, because remember how they said was the death of Dan Markel Harvey's 70th birthday present. So Robert's probably heard that and went back in his head to that 70th birthday party to think, oh, yeah. I feel bad for Robert. I really do. Apparently he was suspicious over time because every time he asked about it, they changed the subject and got annoyed with him for even asking. Yep. And he left messages on Wendy's phone and stuff. And then she tried to call and she was just going to leave a message, but he answered because he had a free minute. I don't think Robert knew. No, I'm not. No, I don't. I'm not saying, guys, I'm not saying Robert knew at the party. I'm saying after it came out in court that when Georgia said, was that Harvey's birthday present? I think Robert then did some reflection to back then and probably went over that party and everything that was going on in that party to see if he missed something. I'm not saying 100%. Let me get this out. Robert did not know. I'm just saying he's probably did reflection on that. No way there was a Furl Peacock. Okay. I think Robert saw lots of secrecy at the 70th birthday party in July. Robert has info on the action. That's what I'm saying, true. That's what I'm saying. Donna didn't want Robert to marry his wife, so think about it. If his family could kill his brother-in-law, I bet he thought his wife could be in danger. Could be why he went to New York. Could be. But like he got married to a Jewish woman, realized right away it was wrong, got it annulled, and then went back to Haritha. And then they did try to build a relationship with his family. Hey, Brian, welcome. But yeah, please don't get that wrong. I'm not saying Robert knew anything. I stand behind Robert in this because, wow, I can't even imagine what what he's going through. Some neighbors down the street had two hens. Oh, we're talking about peacocks. Okay. Wendy only married Dan because she saw what happened with Robert being pretty much disowned by his family. Wendy knew better to say the money. She saw the money. Yeah. And remember, she says in that writing thing she did, he'd make a good father for my children. I've always thought that part of Donna's hatred of Dan was tied into him seeing Donna like Robert saw her. He was a reminder of Robert's rejection when he demanded the supervised visits. Yeah. And Ruth states that Donna was very angry when he gave up the position in Washington and went to be a professor. She was very angry at that. She lacked passionate love for a man that she married. Yeah. Isn't that supposed to die after marriage? Oh my God. Hugh says, what a disgusting way that family treated Robert. Absolutely. And that's why I say there are 7 episodes, 30 minutes each, and his interview is in one of them. Yeah, I've got to find the right, I have it written down somewhere for his interview. Private practice to a professor is lots of lost money. Yep. And Ruth puts it in there, I guess, very clearly. Donna was mad about it. Nobody is saying Robert was involved, but at a certain point he had to put 2 and 2 together and realize his family was somehow involved in it. At that point, he must have been just sick, right, X? And I think that point was just before he did that podcast, because he says it in there. Has anyone ever thought that the Markels would sue the Adelsons in civil court after the criminal trials are over? I think they should. Make sure all that, whatever money's left, goes to the boys. Robert was probably more influenced by Donna's mother than the other two. She was supposed to have been a wonderful woman. Let's hope. Whoever it was, because Robert is a good man. Oh, come on. Oh, did I just freeze? There we go. Robert's episode is number 5, if my memory serves me well. That sounds right, true. We had a neighbor with on top. It got huge. Oh, I'm trying to decipher between your guys No, he wasn't on camera. It was just a podcast. I think, hold on. I think I do have a picture of Robert, though. Give me 1 sec, guys. Because I'm sure I do have a picture. Pardon me. You should see the files on my computer of all the Adelson stuff. Oh my goodness. I've got my poor computer is just surrounded with Adelsons. Let me see if I can find it. It's an old picture. He really does look like Harvey, though. Let me just pardon me, guys. Going through all these files is crazy. Let me see if I can pull it up for you. Okay, here we go. I think he really does look like Harvey. Okay, let's put it over here. Sorry, guys. So much you got to do to go off screen, then present again. And he really hasn't changed in his looks, really. But you can really tell he takes after Harvey's side. Yeah, he was on a podcast too. Right, Tennis Girl, he hasn't testified yet, but I really think this is the time that he does testify. But can you just imagine? Like, I look at this picture too, and you can almost see the division, right? This looks like a 4. This looks like a group here. And then you've got Robert out here. It could be just me looking for symbolisms, but yeah, she does look a lot like her younger self. Yeah, and I think they look more like Donna, but Robert looks a lot like Harvey. There is a Wondery podcast called Over My Dead Body. It gives the background on the Markel's murder. Oh, you think he looks more like Harvey than Robert? And the weirdo lurking behind them. Yeah, I wonder who that is. It's Rashy. It's Rashy. Come out from hiding, Rash Bomb. He's so mad he can't get in the family picture. Come on. It's Rashy. Someday I'll be in the center of that picture. CA got the ears from Donna and the chin. But we'll get rid of that But I know Hugh said he hadn't seen a picture. I know I know somewhere I have a more recent picture of him. But we'll get rid of that. Rashi on a milk crate in the back. Why can't I get in the picture, pseudo mummy? Share the screen. We'll go back to the wiretaps. Yeah, Patricia, Wendy does have Harvey's eyes. But I just find Robert looks a lot like Harvey. All right, we'll get back to the wiretaps.
The thing is this, is that I'm so diversified with everything else. It's not like I like sunk everything into this and it's like, if this doesn't work out, I'm screwed. Like, I'll get my money out for sure.
Yeah.
But it's not, it's not like, just this is my one shot at like, really hitting it big.
Oh,
Like, everything
not.
else is still good. I'm still diversified in a bunch of different things. Not a million, but a bunch. It's not.
Perfect.
Everything is good.
Okay. Well, then have a good evening, honey. I love you. We'll talk tomorrow, okay?
All right. Sounds good.
Okay. Thanks for calling, honey. I love
No
you.
problem. Love you.
Bye-bye.
My nigga.
Hey, what's going on?
Yeah, could I need lunch head back?
Hey, do you have an offer in to sell your stock at 2.8?
No.
You didn't put any offers in to sell, did you?
Okay, cool.
Because I just got a call that someone was trying to sell 500,000 shares at 2.8. And my buddy was, don't do that. It's going to hurt us because we're going to probably try to break 3 today.
Just a quick question, everyone. Do you want to carry on with this or do you want to listen to that Over My Dead Body podcast? So I think True is right. I think it is number 5. I really think Rose, hey Rose, welcome. I really think Wendy doesn't even like men. Look how she acted at the interview. Her friend was acting very strange. Then she looked at the female police and said she thinks she's so pretty. I think a lot of that was just to try to blow up her. Over my dead body, over my dead body, over my dead body, over my dead body, over my dead body. The umbilical cord has never cut from Charlie. You're right, Brian. It hasn't. Over my podcast with Robert. Over my dead body. Because it's not that long, and then we'll come back to the over my dead body. Okay. And then we'll come back. Yeah, pro. So maybe Harvey's a good man under Donna's control. That's some nasty control for that to be true. Ladies like Wendy like men or women as needed. Yep. Whoever can fill that narcissist supply, right? Like and subscribe. Like and subscribe, everyone, please, and thank you. Okay. Let me get this over here. I'm pretty sure it is episode 5. So second, got to get rid of Charlie. Chuckles. See ya, Chuckles. We'll be back in a minute. I just have to remember to put in my description. Thanks to Wondery. I don't want to forget to do that. Make sure I got it right here. Here we go. Share it. So Wondery Podcast, I'm saying it right now. I will put it in the description. Thank you very much. Michael says, with Charlie's history with toys, I would be careful with the prison-issued hot dogs. Oh, my. You belong here. Okay, guys, I'm not going to talk through this because it really breaks it up. So if you have questions, please use question marks because I'm not going to talk through it. It takes away from it.
Adult content and language.
Good afternoon or good morning. I don't even know what time it is.
Good morning.
Good morning. You have 7 minutes before I tell you it's the afternoon. I'll tell you, honey.
Charlie Adelson speaks with his mom, Donna, several times a week.
Good. I just got done with a little Nova. You know, it's so good. Sunny side up eggs with some sliced Nova.
They chat about his nephews.
Did you know what, Grandma? I think I'll have some lox. I really like lox.
And his siblings, Wendy and Rob.
Wendy's like 7 years behind Robert. So Robert was leaving for college when Wendy was 10 years old. So she was 12 years old when he was going off to college. So, I mean, he had little to no, like, any real interaction with her before he left the house.
I can tell you how Wendy was when he left for college. Cried her eyes out for days. For days.
Really?
Oh, yeah. Horrible. She was a mess when he left for college.
Charlie is happy his dad's still working at his age, even if he is slowing down.
If Dad does 2 days a week, it's going to be something that he feels like he's retired.
Of course, these calls, placed in the weeks before the first arrests are made in the Dan Markel murder investigation, are being secretly recorded. In early April of 2016, law enforcement began a wiretap on Charlie's cell phone. And anyone listening on April 28th...
Hello?
Hola, diga. Hello?
...would have heard Charlie make a very different kind of call.
Who is this?
Who's this?
Someone's been calling my family. I'm trying to figure out who this is.
The man on the other end of the phone says his name is Sammy, and he wants something from Charlie.
All right, what's going on?
Well, what's going on is my brother Tato. Okay, my brother Tato has not been taken care of. His family's not been taken care of. I talked to a dentist. Why are you calling me? Who are you? I gave the number to a lady.
I don't know Tato.
You don't know Tato? I'm sure you know Katie and Tuto. They've been taken care of since the family problem been taken care of up north.
Tato is the nickname for Luis Rivera, and Tuto is Sigredo Garcia. Sammy heavily implies Charlie knows them both.
I've never met these people, but let me call you back, okay?
But Sammy's insistent.
That's bullshit, man. You know exactly what I'm talking about. You know this lady. I don't know your relationship with the lady, but we know what the fuck is going on. This ain't going away. Take care of Tato just like you take care of Katie and Tuto, man.
Let me call you back.
Charlie plays it pretty cool on the phone. But later, he makes a few calls. One to his mother, and the other to Katie. From Wondery, I'm Matthew Scher, and this is Over My Dead Body.
Baby, I'm guilty. I've got his blood on my hand.
Baby, you're crazy. I never touched that hand.
The first season is called Tally, and this is episode 5. The Maestro. At the time the cops are listening in on Charlie's calls, he's 39 years old, 3 years younger than his brother Rob.
He's now a fairly big guy, muscular guy, works out a lot.
But in when he was younger, he was not that big.
No, I think, growing up on the small side of things made him motivated to want to be physically larger. And I think since his late teenage years, he's become heavily involved in weightlifting, and that's important to him.
For Rob, his childhood in Florida was a happy one. The family was well off, and they were all pretty close. They liked to poke fun at one another.
They were at a tennis tournament or something.
That's Haritha. Rob's wife.
And he bought like some kind of snack or something, and they gave him too much money back in change. So Rob said, "Oh, you made a mistake," and he gave the money back. And all day, the whole family proceeded to berate him. But why would you do that? Why would you give that money back?
This kind of thing got Rob a nickname from the rest of his family. They'd call him Honest Abe.
My parents used to make fun of it as Honest Abe, and I don't have any better or higher reason for that other than you just have to do the right thing.
But, Rob says, doing the right thing wasn't Charlie's MO.
I don't think that Charlie necessarily has that same feeling. I think there's more of an ends justify the means.
In fact, between his two siblings, Rob says he always felt closer to Wendy. As he and Charlie got older, the differences between the brothers only seemed to increase.
We didn't have a lot in common. We didn't really spend any extra time together as adults.
They would, call each other on their birthday, and then as technology evolved, they would text each other.
By 2016, Rob is living in a nice colonial-style house in Albany, New York. A middle-aged family man with Haritha and 2 kids. Charlie, on the other hand, hasn't settled down and hasn't left South Florida. He likes going out in Miami with a tight-knit group of buddies and has a series of girlfriends. He's also successful in his own right. He's a respected periodontist, extractions, implants, bone therapy, and he makes a good living at it. A really good living. He owns multiple properties in Miami and drives a Ferrari.
His nickname is the Maestro. He had a license. Yeah, he gave himself the nickname the Maestro. His friends refer to him as the Maestro. He has a license plate that says Maestro. I think it says a lot when you unironically name yourself the Maestro.
Yeah, he's got a vanity license plate that says Maestro. He's also got a concealed carry permit. He keeps a gun under the seat of his car. Charlie works out religiously. His girlfriends post photos of him shirtless on Instagram. And he knows a lot about different steroid and weight regimens, which kinds you cycle, and which you can stay on for years. When friends call the Maestro on the phone, he dispenses advice about steroids and guns and teeth.
Yeah, it's just maybe coming in, it's just causing the pain.
And his sister's love life.
She's not 25, Wendy.
No, she's not.
She's 37 with 2 kids. If you want to set me up with a Victoria's Secret model that's 37 with 2 kids, you already know what I'll tell you.
I know, I've heard that story before.
Thank you, but no thank you.
Yeah.
And finances.
It's not going to be more than $15,000 to get it off the ground.
Yeah, I know.
And then we're at $6,000 a month, and that's it.
Charlie's ready to dispense advice on a whole host of subjects. Rob says the family joke was, Charlie's never wrong because Charlie's always right.
Like, he will talk to you until the point you would disagree with him to make the conversation end. But the phrase, Charlie's never wrong because Charlie's always right, was kind of a family mantra.
And on April 19th, his mom calls to ask him about something very unusual that just happened to her.
I got some paperwork hand-delivered to me.
You're being sued?
No, she's not being sued. This is something else. Donna has just been stopped in the street by a man named Sammy.
IRS, sir.
Those IRS people, they kind of bother you sometimes, but, fortunately not now.
Okay.
Sammy asks Donna for money, $5,000. She tells Charlie that they need to meet and talk.
Does it involve me or other people?
Well, probably both of us.
What's that?
Probably the 2 of us. So you probably have a general idea what I'm talking about.
Sammy told Donna that she owed his family for something they did for her family. And he handed her a piece of paper, telling her it would explain what he's talking about. When she looks at it, she sees it's a press release about Dan Markel's murder. Donna and Charlie meet about it. Then Charlie makes a plan to go see his ex-girlfriend, Katie Magbanowa.
180 seconds on the floor. Okay. All right. Bye.
Text me a full address.
They meet in Sunny Isles Beach, in a strip mall near a real estate office where Katie's been working.
I'm outside and I'll park in front of the juice bar.
At a juice spot?
Juice bar.
Oh, yeah. I'll walk out right now.
All right, come outside.
The 2 of them get a table at a pizza place called Dolce Vita. They sit down across from each other. Charlie's wearing a white t-shirt and khaki shorts. Later, Assistant State's Attorney Georgia Kappelman will ask Detective Craig Isom to walk her through this meeting.
And was this conversation surveilled?
It was.
All right. Was there video footage taken of this conversation?
Because law enforcement is monitoring more than just Charlie's phone calls. They have people on the ground, too. And understandably, they're extremely interested in what Charlie and Katie are here to talk about.
There's video. It's not the greatest, but there's also audio.
Tell us about the audio.
Well, the audio isn't great either. Isom says you can make out snippets of their conversation.
The audio was primarily Charlie giving her a background on what was going on with this delivery of this note to his mother.
He reads some of what was said into the record. It sounds like Charlie is telling Katie how to pay the guy off.
Then he gives specific instructions. Quote, I give you money. You call him on the phone. All I want you to say is I got a call from somebody who said you reached out, unquote. He then tells her again, quote, I got a call from some friends that said you reached out to them and that you mentioned my name.
Charlie instructs her to deny knowing anything, but that she'll pay him as charity.
The next one says, Charlie telling her, quote, if it's the police, they can't take the money and won't even come meet you. They fucked up. If it's this guy, maybe that's fades out, comes back in, what he knows, fades out, comes back in. You better kill him because he's going to be a big problem.
If you can't do it, I'll have someone else do it, Charlie says.
Hey, honey, how are you?
Good. What's going on?
I'm sitting and watching the boys at their tennis clinics. They're having a wonderful time.
A couple minutes after he gets up from the table at Dolce Vita with Katie, Charlie gets on the phone to Donna.
How's your day going?
It's good. It's good. I'm just leaving and just got some coffee with a friend. And everything's good. I'm actually gonna everything's good.
Yeah, everything's fine.
Charlie tells Donna he's been giving this friend relationship advice.
I gave her some good advice.
Yeah.
And she's just sleeping on it.
Okay.
So,
yeah.
Relationships are not easy.
No, they're not. They're not.
So that's it. So everything's fine anyway. It's without a doubt. It's fine. Yeah. No question in the world. I would not.
But it doesn't seem like everything's fine. Sammy just won't go away. In the days after Charlie and Katie meet, she tries to follow his instructions. She turns to Sigfredo for help contacting the phone number Charlie had given her, but it goes nowhere. Katie and Sigfredo are in the middle of a fight, and it's not clear if he ever even tries to call. Meanwhile, Sammy keeps bugging the Adelsons. On April 25th, Donna and Harvey receive a letter, this time at their home.
Honey, as long as you tell me that this is being taken care of,
It's being taken care of the best that I know it's being taken care of, but I know get yourself all worked up and all fucking crazy, and it's that has to stop. I mean, I really don't want to,
Okay. Well, I did have to talk to you, didn't I?
If people don't write letters, people don't show their faces, people don't give you cell phone numbers. Like, it's not done like that. It's somebody just messing around.
Yeah.
Fishing.
I got you.
Charlie seems to know how a shakedown for money should go down.
If somebody was going to do something, nobody would show their face. Nobody would give you a cell phone number. Nobody would write something and put it in the mail. Do you know what I'm saying? Yeah. Each one of those is a huge mistake into itself. When somebody does something, someone gives you a visit, you won't be able to identify their face, and you'll be given 48 hours. That's a visit. So let me get back to work because I'm busy here, and you got to just stop with the nonsense, okay?
A few days later, a man calls the Adelson Institute.
What happened?
Somebody called my dad's office. They were looking for him, saying that they dropped off some paperwork to them.
Charlie and Katie sound like they're getting more and more frustrated.
Look, Katie, think it through. Find out who the fuck it is. That's all I'm asking you.
By now, Charlie's called Sammy himself, and the conversation made him suspicious. Like he tells his mom, he's pretty sure it's someone just fishing for information or for money. But he's annoyed Katie isn't following his directions.
I'm pissed the fuck off. Like, I'm gonna fucking go to the cops right now.
Okay, well, either you go to the cops or we go to the cops, or find out. We're both gonna fucking go to the cops because this is fucking bullshit.
They don't go to the cops. They never go to the cops. Which, when you think about it, is kind of weird. The cops, well, of course, the cops already know all about this.
We applied for authorization to conduct a wire intercept of Catherine Magbonwa's phone and Charlie Adelson's cell phone.
They know all about Sammy asking Donna Adelson for money.
Yes, of course. She's going to be wearing green, black, and white top. And she's wearing
They got the whole thing on tape.
walking southbound on Alton on the west side, approaching the crosswalk.
And they're watching from a van across the street. They're watching when Sammy walks up to Donna with the press release about Dan Markel's murder in his hand. He's a pretty big guy, bald and bearded, in a gray t-shirt and jeans. When he reaches out with the paper, Donna looks startled. She clutches her chest and takes a few steps backwards. But Sammy isn't what he seems.
Ultimately, we sparked activity by having an undercover FBI agent contact Donna Adelson outside of her home on South Beach.
The whole thing is what law enforcement calls a bump. Basically an attempt to provoke suspects into giving themselves away.
She has the paper. They're walking away. You see walking down southbound. She's walking southbound to the crosswalk.
Immediately after the contact with this agent, Donna Adelson went back to what sounded like her home.
Investigator Isom later explains that once the undercover officer handed Donna the paper and asked for the money, law enforcement was waiting for the family to react, which of course, the family did.
She was monitored talking to Charlie Adelson. The monitor was on Charlie Adelson's cell phone.
They asked you for $5,000.
Mm-hmm.
That's fucking crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
And mentioned, an ex-girlfriend.
Let me take a look at it.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'll go from there.
That's when Charlie called Katie.
Something regarding her son, something regarding his ex-girlfriend, and the person asking my mom for some money.
What?
Yeah.
This wasn't the only evidence the police gathered. They had hundreds of phone calls between Charlie and Donna, Charlie and Katie, Katie and Sigfredo. Charlie's calls in particular are peppered with weird references. Bonsai trees, pot-bellied pigs, relationship advice. It sometimes sounds like he's talking in code, which, according to police, he is.
Oh my God, I didn't even tell you. One of my friends is the cutest pot-bellied pig.
Has the cutest what?
Pot-bellied pig.
Pot-bellied pig?
Yeah, you know what a pig is?
Are you serious? That's not good.
I know. I like dogs, not pigs.
In fact, in one call, Katie gets so frustrated, she comes right out and says it. I don't give a shit about all this fucking code shit. By the time the arrests are made, Charlie and Katie are both very clear they know someone's listening. I'll call you from a landline. Text me on WhatsApp. Anything that you would not want the FBI to be listening to, don't say it on this phone. Oh, and there's something else suspicious about the connection between Katie and Charlie.
There was an obvious spike in income in August of 2014.
At a court hearing, investigator Isom will zero in on Katie's finances over the past few years. In the months after the murder, Katie starts getting a regular paycheck every 2 weeks from the Adelson Institute, signed by Donna.
She was steadily paid $407.58 every 2 weeks.
But for doing what? There was almost no paperwork for Katie. No work schedule, no application, no record of a job title among the files investigators subpoenaed from the Adelson Institute. And in their 8 months...
Sorry, guys, I said I won't talk through it, but I have to say thank you. Thank you, Shiraz. Shiraz gifted 5 Crime and Coffee memberships. Thank you so much. You're so generous. Thank you so much for supporting this channel the way you have. I greatly appreciate you.
Months of surveillance on Katie, Isom says he can't find a single time when her movements have her actually going to the office. But it's more than that. In the 12 months before the murder, Katie only deposited about $15,000 total into her bank account. In the 12 months after the killing, she's made $44,000 worth of deposits, mostly in small cash increments at ATMs. She gets a new car on the cheap.
A 2001 Lexus LS430 sedan. It was owned by Harvey Adelson as the registered owner of the car through state of Florida records.
And there's even talk of her getting the Adelson's boat.
If you want, if it would make you feel more comfortable, I could just do the boat title this year and transfer the title to your name. I trust it. Like if it's, I know you're saying about the concerns. If you want, I can fucking put it in your name. I don't care.
Oh, it could be under my name and then you're borrowing it from me?
It's registered to my dad, Charlie says, but so what? And finally, there was something about Katie that had changed during this time when you looked at her Facebook photos.
The images on the slides compared before and after showed obvious breast enhancement that first appeared on March 6, 2015.
Prosecutors discovered that Katie had had breast enhancements performed by the plastic surgeon Dr. Leonard Rudner, or as he's known around Miami, Dr. Boobner.
And were you able to determine how the augmentation was paid for?
It was paid for primarily in cash, $4,400 in 2 payments, one for $4,000, one for $400.
Katie paid for half. The other half, a friend said it was paid for by Charlie. The cash, the gifts, the boob job. Prosecutors claimed it's all payment to Katie for organizing the murder of Dan Markel.
You know, all my secrets are basically out at this point.
Georgia Kappelman is the prosecutor from the state attorney's office in Leon County. She has 3 banker's boxes sitting next to her desk, stuffed full of documents from the Markel case. She's been on it since the start, and she's not shy about giving her theory of what happened.
I think, you know, there was just a lot of animosity between the Adelsons, Wendy, and the in-laws, and Dan Markel in general, more so than what you typically even see in a divorce situation.
The undercover operation was an attempt to confirm a working theory that had crystallized for pretty much everyone in law enforcement working the case.
This is theory. You asked for my theory. That Donna was really the one driving the ship as far as driving everyone insane about getting this done. I think Charlie, you know, made the decision about how it would get handled. And he knew Katie had some connections with some folks that could probably accomplish this. And I think through his relationship with Katie, she was the one that enlisted Garcia, who ultimately enlisted Rivera to come and do the murder.
The cops' undercover operation certainly worked, in one respect. It sent the family into a frenzy.
I think the circumstantial evidence is very compelling, and pretty much everyone that's reviewed that agrees.
Charlie did call Sammy that one time. He tells the undercover officer that he's going to call back, but as far as we can tell, he never does. In the weeks that follow, Charlie drops some heavy hints to friends and family that he knows law enforcement could be listening in to calls. But if they were hoping Charlie would confess to a murder on those calls, they were out of luck.
I have to have enough evidence to prove this beyond a reasonable doubt. And I only get one shot.
Still, the cops decide the evidence they've gathered is enough to go after not just Tato, Tuto, and Katie, but also Charlie Adelson. But it's not up to the cops. The state prosecutors will make the final decision. In June of 2016, they only agree to move forward on the arrests of Tato and Tuto, Luis Rivera and Sigfredo Garcia. Over the summer, no more arrests come.
A lot of the initial tension was in, well, yeah, these are just theories at this point, but I have to prove that in court. That's what the state attorney kept saying. I have to prove all of this in court.
That's part of what leads the police to release some of the most damning details of the case to reporters like Carl Etters. Speculation swirls, but still, no more arrests. The Adelson family pushes back against the speculation through their lawyers, who release a joint statement to the press. We understand why the government has put the Adelson family through this type of severe scrutiny, but nothing has turned up that supports this fanciful fiction that the Adelsons were involved. The investigation has gone so deep that it employed FBI agents, undercover agents, and a tip line. There is reason that the police have not arrested any of the Adelsons. They weren't involved in Dan's death. So Georgia Kappelman's case is stuck.
Yeah, because there's no one to say that Charlie hired me to come kill Dan Markel, because no one's talking other than Rivera, and Rivera was insulated from Charlie and or any other unindicted co-conspirators that are involved in this.
Then in late September of 2016, Georgia Kappelman and her team have a breakthrough. They come to an agreement with Luis Rivera. In exchange for Rivera's confession and cooperation, he'll get only 7 years tacked onto the 12-year sentence he's already serving.
And why was that deal offered?
Because I wanted to be able to move forward against Ms. Magbanua, and I didn't think I could do it without his testimony.
Which helps them make another arrest, Katie.
This morning, Catherine Magbanua is facing a first-degree murder charge for the slaying of Professor Dan Markel.
One that may finally tie Charlie Adelson to the murder.
Police say the 31-year-old Magbanua is the link between the alleged triggerman and Wendy Adelson's family.
Yindra Velasquez is Katie's best friend.
She got arrested 2 days before my birthday, so that's pretty bad.
Katie's godmother to her daughter.
I'm sad, obviously. I'm really sad. I wish she was here and she was spending time with her goddaughter and, spending time with me and doing everything we used to do. But unfortunately, can't happen.
Yindra says she's tried to shield her daughter from the story. But one day, her daughter walked into the living room and saw Katie's mugshot on a news special.
She's like, oh, she calls me like Theo and Tia, like my uncle and aunt. She's like, they wouldn't do anything like that. They wouldn't do anything like that. Like, that's just all she kept seeing.
Yindra says Katie never mentioned anything about Dan's murder to her. And if her friend did have something to do with it,
I would definitely want to know why. I mean, she had no reason to do anything like that. Like, she honestly did not. She comes from a really good family. Her mother was a great person. Like, that woman was amazing.
As for Charlie, Yindra says she only met him a couple times when Charlie and Katie were dating.
We went to the club. They would hang out on Fort Lauderdale. But I didn't really know him in depth, so I can't really say much.
With Rivera's confession and Katie Magbanua's arrest, prosecutor Georgia Kappelman says she hoped she would get what she needed to indict more co-conspirators. And she had another piece of evidence. What the arrest affidavit for Katie describes as a flurry of communication between the alleged co-conspirators just 2.5 weeks before Dan was murdered. In what appears to be a night of frantic phone tag, Katie calls Sigfredo over 50 times. She also talks to Charlie several times in between. And both Katie and Sigfredo try to call Harvey Adelson's phone. Why? What were they all discussing that night? Why would Sigfredo Garcia be calling Harvey Adelson's phone?
if it takes waiting to make sure that
I'm sorry, guys. Did I just hear that I never heard that before. Did he just say Sigfredo and Katie tried to call Harvey's phone? Or I think he just said Sigfredo and Katie tried to call Harvey's phone. Sorry, I'm just going to put it back for just a second.
Katie and Sigfredo try to call Harvey Adelson's phone. Why? What were they all discussing that night?
He does say that. He says Katie and Sigfredo tried to call Harvey's phone. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt it, guys, but I was just like, whoa, whoa, whoa. Katie swooning around like a gangster mole. Yeah, okay, here we go. Let's listen again.
As for Charlie, Yindra says she only met him a couple times when Charlie and Katie were dating.
We went to the club. They would hang out on Fort Lauderdale. But I didn't really know him in depth, so I can't really say much.
With Rivera's confession and Katie Magbanoa's arrest, prosecutor Georgia Kappelman says she hoped she would get what she needed to indict more co-conspirators. And she had another piece of evidence. What the arrest affidavit for Katie describes as a flurry of communication between the alleged co-conspirators just 2.5 weeks before Dan was murdered. In what appears to be a night of frantic phone tag, Katie calls Sigfredo over 50 times. She also talks to Charlie several times in between. And both Katie and Sigfredo try to call Harvey Adelson's phone. Why? What were they all?
That's what we're asking. Why? I never heard that before. I've listened to this many times. I've missed where he says Katie and Sigfredo tried to call Harvey's phone. What the hell? Oh, sorry guys. I just heard that. So I thought, well, maybe I was hearing something. Yeah, if they're calling Harvey's phone, you're right, Deborah. Like that completely shows that. Why would they even have Harvey's phone number? Like we knew Sigfredo called Harvey the one time and by accident, but that just says there's no accident with calling Harvey. Wow.
All discussing that night. Why would Sigfredo Garcia be calling Harvey Adelson's phone?
If it takes waiting to make sure that I have all of that evidence in my arsenal, then I don't mind waiting. So that's kind of the game we're playing right now.
It's hard to think of a case with stronger circumstantial evidence than this one. You were going just on circumstantial evidence. I mean, there would have to be, this was so baffling, it would have to be the biggest coincidence in the world that these people drove to Tallahassee and shot Dan in his driveway.
Well, defense attorneys can be pretty creative coming up with other ways to explain pieces of evidence.
Have they tried to do that yet?
No, they'll be doing that in court.
I would say that some of my prior dentists clearly had experience in butchering people.
Richard, he didn't want us to use his last name, has been getting his dental work done at the Adelson Institute for years.
To be a little bit cliched, you always felt at home with them.
Harvey Adelson did some work to fix a chipped tooth Richard got in a bike riding accident. Then he started going to Charlie, too.
But he did a particularly excellent job, so I really had no qualms about getting the work done by his son.
Richard's pushing 50, but he still has his wisdom teeth, and they were causing him some pain. So he scheduled an appointment to have them removed. Literally the night before, he caught an article online about Katie's arrest.
Just gave a brief mention of the person having an affiliation, a woman that was being arrested having an affiliation with the Dr. Adelson. Okay, well, that's strange. Adelson doesn't seem like a common name, and that just happens to be my name of my dentist, a doctor in South Florida. So that caused me to Google more information about the case.
He told his wife, Pat, what he'd found online, and she was just as shocked. Still, Richard really needed his wisdom teeth out.
I do understand that there's a difference between looking guilty and being guilty. But that said, the evidence doesn't look good, circumstantially, for Charlie at least.
In the end, he didn't get his teeth pulled that day. He canceled his appointment. But his wisdom teeth are still there, and it can be hard to find a good dentist.
I guess here we come to another irony to it all. When you had called me regarding this podcast, literally the same day I got a call from Adelson's office, and I had been back subsequently out to get my teeth cleaned and, regular cleanings. This last time that I went in last week, it was highly suggested that I really needed to get my wisdom teeth out.
And he'll probably let him do it.
As far as I'm aware, they're still good dentists. Obviously, if something happens and that changes, then I will cancel that appointment. But I just think it's, as Americans, it is part of that slippery slope in which we all live, in which we can all say that any part of our funds are used for nefarious purposes. Our tax dollars are used for wars in other countries that hurt other people.
Yeah, Richard has some theories.
I don't know how Charlie met the particular woman, but if you go into a restaurant or nightclub in Miami, it's not many degrees of separation from finding someone who can, if not directly connected, could connect you to someone who is willing to do anything for a couple of dollars.
But will prosecutors ever have enough evidence to arrest the maestro?
I asked her point blank, what do you think happened? And her response was, well, Danny had no shortage of enemies. And that's one of two conversations we've had since Danny was killed.
Well, I can recall a good many cases that went forward to trial with less evidence.
Tell us what you think Danny would have wanted.
Danny's turning over in his grave right now.
That's on the next and final episode of this season of Over My Dead Body.
And maybe it was, I was just saying that maybe it was, I thought 5 was the one with Charlie, with Robert. Sorry, Robert, if you're listening, I didn't mean to put you in the same. Maybe it was 4. Let me see. Here we go. 7 was the last one. That was the one with Ruth and Phil. I don't think Danny had a lot of enemies. I don't think he did either. What is your guys' vote? You guys matter. So do we find it? Do we try 4 or do we go back to the wiretaps? I know, Hugh, we are a great team, you and I. You can hear me now, can you not? Or is that just a late one coming through? I like both options, so OMDB, okay, yes, hear you. Thanks, Deborah. I'm listening but no longer chatting because I'm laying down, but let me look through my notes. I know which episode it is. Thanks, True, because I thought it was 5 also, but it wasn't. For some reason, I'm trying 4. But night might be episode 6. Episode 2 is when Rob talks about the situation wagon, and the episode 3 is when Rob tells his love story. Okay. So do you want to do 2 and 3 then, guys? 2 and 3. That's what. Okay. Thanks, True. I was delayed about the mute. That's okay. I was delayed at not being muted. True. If you rock, I hope you sleep. Yes. Okay. So we'll just start with 2 and 3 then. We'll go to 2.
A listener note. This
and go for it. Go for it. Yes. All right. Honestly, guys, I won't talk right through it. I'll chat with you in the chat because it's so good. I don't like interrupting it. But if you want something to discuss, please, please, please stop and we'll discuss. What is this? Somewhere I learned that he stopped talking to them after they got wired about telling him anything. Yeah, I think it was probably in these, Shiraz, because I remember hearing that in these. What do we got going on here? That's Charlie's. That's me. Okay. Bear with me, guys. I'm just making sure we have it up.
The story contains adult content and language.
I think that lawyer divorces have a tendency to be uglier than average.
There's this old joke. What do 2 lawyers say when they get married? It's not I do. It's I accept the terms and conditions.
You have people who have an understanding of the legal system, have an understanding of their legal rights and remedies, and they will sometimes get more involved in the proceedings than a typical client. This is why doctors often say, oh, it's terrible to have a doctor as a patient. I think many divorce lawyers would tell you, oh, it's terrible to have a lawyer as a client.
Exhibit A, Wendy Adelson and Dan Markel. And Wendy and Dan weren't just any lawyers. They'd gone to some of the best schools in the country. They were smart. They were wealthy. When people don't get what they want, well, as Dan's friend David Lapp points out, things can get ugly.
In their divorce, there was a lot of motion practice, which you could view as the trench warfare of divorce court.
Still, it wasn't all bomb throwing. Not all the time. Even as they battled over the terms of their split, Dan and Wendy tried to move on with their lives as best they could. And that meant they both started dating other people.
Is this on the record as I give it? Yes, it's on the record.
Jeff Lacoste is a social work professor at FSU. He met Wendy through a mutual friend. He's got messy brown hair and glasses, more surfer dude than professor. Still, you wouldn't be wrong to point out that Jeff bears more than a passing physical resemblance to Dan Markel. Lacoste later walks Tallahassee police detectives through his relationship with Wendy. They had fun together, he explains. But he also heard a lot about the divorce.
2 conversations that we had every single day for 9 months were, Danny is an evil monster. Tallahassee is the worst place in the world to live, and I can't believe I got stuck here because of Danny Markel.
Lacoste would read some of the motions Dan was filing against her.
It's the rantings of a lunatic, basically. But every time she got one of these, she would melt down for 2 weeks.
Lacoste really wanted her to move on.
You care about her a lot?
Oh, yeah. I love with that girl. I mean, I don't think there's anyone that's spent more time with Wendy in the last 9 months than me.
But there's something else. Something Lacoste wants to get off his chest.
13. Some family members.
Something about Wendy's relationship with her parents and her brother.
They're pretty protective of her. Want her to live in South Florida.
That I'm not talking about without some assurances, because there's some creepy stuff there.
There's some creepy stuff there, he says. From Wondery, I'm Matthew Scher, and this is Over My Dead Body.
Baby, I'm guilty. I've got his blood on my hand.
Baby, you're crazy. I never touched that man.
The first season is called Tally, and this is episode 2, The Former Wife. After the Pearl Harbor moment, Wendy Adelson hoped to move with the kids to Coral Springs, about an hour from Miami, which is 6 hours from Tallahassee. She wanted to move there permanently. In Coral Springs, the boys could be closer to their maternal grandparents. They'd have what Wendy described in her divorce petition as a better quality of life and more stability. She'd even lined up a job at a local law firm. Except nothing went the way she planned. Dan wasn't about to let his kids move away. Not without a fight. 10 months after Wendy first walked out on Dan, they agreed to a marriage settlement agreement. Dan would keep the house. Wendy would get $120,000 in a lump sum, plus child support just shy of $850 a month. The settlement gave Dan and Wendy 50-50 shared custody of the kids. Any disputes would be resolved by a parenting coordinator appointed by the court. But Wendy didn't get the thing she wanted most of all, to move out of Tallahassee for good. The judge refused that request. Wendy, in the court's opinion, had not proven relocation was in the best interest of the kids. So Wendy would have to stay near the kids' father in Tallahassee until their youngest son, who was then only 2, turned 18. That's 16 years in this place she'd been desperately trying to leave. Wendy, understandably, did not take this news well, nor did the rest of her family. See, one thing Dan may not have fully realized when he married Wendy is when you marry an Adelson, you're marrying all the Adelsons. Together, Wendy's family ran a lucrative business in the Miami area, a dental practice. There was her mom, Donna, and her dad, Harvey.
What I enjoy most about our practice is restoring a person's smile. That often changes their personality and gives them a more positive outlook on life.
My dad was very, very proud of being a dentist.
Wendy's oldest brother, Rob, remembers his childhood as solidly middle class.
We had a station wagon as our main car for much of the 80s. I think the station wagon, the Chevrolet station wagon, the blue fake wood panel station wagon is much more accurate depiction of my memory of our childhood financial situation, which was great and comfortable, but not extravagant in any way.
But things went well for Harvey, and his practice grew.
You know, it's funny, my dad always wanted to have, I believe it was a Mercedes, and I remember him at some point when I was very young buying this Mercedes, and we actually drove around the neighborhood to show off this Mercedes.
And then things got even better.
Somewhere around age 14 or 15, they put a tennis court in the backyard. My wife likes to remind me that I was deprived because I only had a tennis court for the end of my teenage years.
In total, there were 3 Adelson kids: Rob, his younger brother, Charlie, and Wendy, the baby of the family. Charlie, in his 20s, decided to follow in his dad's footsteps.
He's a periodontist and has a very successful practice doing plants and extractions.
In fact, Charlie was so successful, he was eventually able to buy the family practice from his dad.
And my dad would always joke that he has a very understanding boss. It's his son.
Donna Adelson had worked for a while as a teacher. But once the kids came along, she'd given up her job to stay at home.
My mom certainly did everything she possibly could, perhaps to a fault, to make things as perfect as possible for her children.
Jeremy Cohen, the friend and neighbor of Wendy and Dan's in Tallahassee, remembers that the Adelsons frequently drove up to see their daughter.
And they'd come driving in their big old Lexus, and when the Lexus was parked on the street, I was like, oh, Donna Harvey here.
After the divorce, the Adelsons were making that 6-hour drive every week to help Wendy watch the boys on her days. Wendy would contest in a court filing that when they were married, she'd been the one stuck at home with the kids. Her, not Dan. Although the wife acknowledges the great love that both parties have for the children, she submits that she has been the primary parent of the boys up until the date of filing the petition for dissolution of marriage. The husband has traveled a great deal during the course of the marriage, attending conferences and giving lectures. Much of the parenting prior to the petition was the primary responsibility of the wife. Wendy's long-held resentments against Dan were becoming her legal ammunition. Dan argued in court that Wendy was breaking the agreement because the kids never called him when they were with Wendy, and Wendy rarely picked up her phone when Dan tried calling. In Wendy's view, Dan was the one breaking the agreement by not paying a lot of the money he was obligated to pay her. Dan should either pay or be held in contempt of court, Wendy told the judge. Things only got worse. Over the Christmas holiday in 2013, Wendy took the kids to Miami for almost 3 weeks. Of the 19 days the boys were gone, Dan complained, they'd called him on just 7. It was perverse, he'd later write in a court motion. Dan was saying outright that Wendy had violated that marriage settlement agreement.
It's not just, oh, your divorce has been resolved with a settlement and that's it.
That's attorney David Latt, Dan's old Harvard buddy.
It's an ongoing thing, which is why it can be really unfortunate because you have these two people who decided to part ways, but if there's continuing dispute over the terms of their settlement, they're basically locked in combat with each other for months or even years after their divorce was supposedly finalized.
Dan, being Dan, was also handling much of the legal work himself, according to his friend Fernando Tisson.
Of course, he hired a divorce attorney, but like 2 minutes into the relationship, he decided that the divorce attorney didn't know anything. So he wrote everything. He kept the lawyer, but he wrote his own briefs, which I thought that was a bad idea.
Dan, in one motion, made his fury clear. The former wife took a simple divorce and made it complicated, nefarious, and expensive. He was writing his own divorce motions and keeping up his teaching workload. It was a chaotic time, but Dan felt like it was worth the fight, if it meant keeping his kids close. On Valentine's Day of 2014, Dan filed a motion alleging that Wendy had given false testimony to the judge in the divorce about how much money she actually had in the bank. He claimed Wendy was hiding thousands of dollars in assets. If she wanted to leave the marriage because she fell out of love, that's one thing. But she could have done so without also taking more than the necessities so that a proper and fair distribution could have immediately followed. Wendy had unclean hands, Dan said. And that phrasing wasn't accidental. Unclean hands is a legal term, an allegation that one party or another, in this case Wendy, was acting unethically.
There were motions and responses and new motions and counter motions. It was a very messy and convoluted docket. You don't need to be a divorce lawyer to just glance at that docket and realize that this was a very bitter battle.
Wendy quickly disputed Dan's claims, adding a few barbs of her own. The former husband's pleadings only prove that he is a disgruntled former husband who cannot move past this dissolution and continues to dredge up his emotions regarding this divorce, rather than address his non-compliance with the marital settlement agreement. Dan's motions, Wendy argued, were merely to embarrass, harass, and annoy the former wife.
What do you guys think so far? I know people are missing that we're not chatting, and I'm sorry. I am so sorry. I'm getting messages about it. I appreciate the coffee crew so much. Each of you bring something to the table. Thanks for being awesome. Absolutely, Sky. Absolutely. What don't you know, Glenn? Haha, Patricia. I won't stop it a lot, but I just do need to interact with you guys because I know people are actually leaving because I'm not. No, Glenn. You're free to speak here. This is what this channel is about. You might not like the responses, but you are free to speak here, and I may not like what you say, but you're still free to speak here. I knew you couldn't take it. Well, I got actually 4 messages saying this is not what your channel's about, blah, 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 blah. Seriously, I'm already sketching ideas. I'm writing a doubt going to do that. Thank you. I love this. It's a bit different, but it's fine. Hit play, please. But this is your channel. You decide. You can make it everyone happy. Witness proof of publication. All right, play it is. The chat has spoken.
It was during this heated back and forth that Wendy was first introduced to Jeff Lacasse.
Came back from Christmas break, had a conversation, decided to date more seriously. And by March 1, we're a couple, we're girlfriend, boyfriend.
That's Lacasse in his initial interview with the police.
March of 2014? Yeah. Okay. Maybe late February. Around Valentine's Day, I hit her with the romance and all that, and clicked together. I spent a lot of time with Wendy. I don't think anybody's been with Wendy more than me in the last 6 months. Okay. She has 2 kids. I've been over there, I'd say 80 or 90% of nights I'm over there. And every single night that she doesn't have the kids, with maybe just 1 or 2 exceptions, if she's in town, I've slept over.
Lacasse got along well with Wendy's boys. He went to their school events, their swim practices. But Dan, no love lost there.
I probably said 100 times in public that I like to kick his ass because he kept really making Wendy suffer and things like that.
Dan kept up his legal attacks on Wendy with his most serious accusation yet, that his ex-wife had lied so much that she should not only be held in contempt of court, but she should be sanctioned by the judge. That kind of thing, it's a stain on the record of any attorney, a demerit, a black mark. If Wendy's leaving Dan with the kids in the first place was Pearl Harbor, then this was, well,
dropping the A-bomb on the other side, because most of the time lawyers will fight, but they kind of think that everyone is at least fighting cleanly or fairly. That's most of the time. When you see a motion for sanctions, that's one side essentially calling out the other side, saying, you guys are playing dirty, you guys are playing unfair, the judge needs to come down on you hard.
And Dan wasn't done. Soon he'd reached beyond Wendy's actions and directly called out her family. In a motion filed in March of 2014, he claimed Donna Adelson was attempting to turn his kids against him. Grandma says you're stupid, Dan said his sons told him. Grandma says she hates you because you are trying to take her sunshines away from her.
He thought that that was wrong. So Dan asked the court to prohibit Donna from having unsupervised time with her grandchildren and to impose some limits to prevent the kids from hearing negative or disparaging things about their dad.
Wendy would later insist her parents had never said a bad word about Dan in front of the kids. Her family was getting tired of Dan's legal attacks. He's depoing Wendy to death. That's a phrase they used more than once. Meanwhile, Dan was telling friends, like his old friend Zach Schreier, that he was getting the best of the Adelsons in court.
He mentioned to me that they were, trying to have him declared as an unfit parent, and, he had parried that blow legally. And he had a sense of confidence about him that he was going to win these encounters.
Jeff Lacasse, Wendy's boyfriend, saw how effective the strategy was.
He was constantly manipulating the legal system to keep her in stress, and it was punishing her effectively. And also, Wendy didn't want to be in Tallahassee. I mean, she wanted to live in South Florida. Oh, really? Absolutely. I was probably the only thing in Tallahassee. If we were doing well, she's like, I'll stay here in Tallahassee for you, and because I have to, because Markel's got this custody thing. Right, she can't leave. She can't leave with the kid.
By now, Donna and Harvey were so upset about the whole situation that they allegedly told Wendy she should offer Dan $1 million to let her move with the kids closer to them. Around that time, Jeff Lacasse was out in Tallahassee when he spotted Wendy at a local cafe with another guy.
I walked into All Saints one day, and they were having coffee. she would say it was a platonic, and I said, well, I don't appreciate not knowing about this. So it became a whole thing. I lost all the trust. I was like, this is screwed up. Yeah, sure. And she was real weird about it. Like, Wendy's not the best liar ever. I mean, she just gets so anxious that like it was a thing. I told her not to see this guy again. I said, you want to talk about it? That's fine. I just don't want to see him ever again.
Did you confront him then?
I didn't. I started walking towards him and temper started flaring. I thought I do not need to end up getting arrested for assault on all Saints coffee. So I just went into the bathroom.
The way Lacasse tells it, his suspicions grew. He started combing through Wendy's calendars for evidence that she was cheating. They fought. Wendy took off and spent 2 weeks in South Florida with her parents. When she came back, they made up, attended an awkward yoga class.
Really awkward. Also awkward yoga. And then we walked in the car, and I said, I love you, Wendy. She goes, I know. Need some time. I said, okay.
And then, abruptly,
and I get an email with a no contact order 2 hours later. I think her therapist suggested she do this. My suspicion is that Wendy told her one side of the story, and I was cast as the abusive male because Danny was not good to her, and she's on the lookout for an abusive male because Danny was emotionally abusive. I get this email saying, don't contact me for 7 days, and then I'll get in touch.
That was Tuesday, July 15th, 2014. A few days before, Dan had gotten in touch with his friends Tracy and Jeremy Cohen.
He was saying, hey, are you guys around this weekend? We'd love to get together. I've got the boys. And Jeremy responded saying that he was going to be out of town, but I would be in town. Danny reached out to me several times that weekend. I was busy. It was just a busy weekend for me. And then on Sunday, I had not returned his phone calls yet. And he shows up in my driveway and says, hey, we're going to the pool. You're coming to the pool. And so I was like, okay.
They hung out for a while, Dan and Tracy and their kids, and they spent some time chatting about Dan's new girlfriend. That's right. Dan had also started dating again.
I mean, I think his mindset shifted from, being completely head over heels in love with Wendy to, okay, she is, my opponent in this case. And that switch flipped off for him. And I think then his mind was open to dating again. Mm-hmm. So there were stories of him going off to some legal conferences and finding some dates there, having some success on the single scene. And then he met Amy.
Dan wasn't exactly someone who took things slow when it came to romance, and it was no different with Amy. We're going to leave out her last name here. He leapt in, head first. Amy lived in New York, and Dan found himself spending more time up north, doing long distance with Amy in the same way he'd once done with Wendy. That day at the pool with Tracy and the kids, he was talking about how wild he was about his new girlfriend.
We talked about, what was going on in his life. We talked about what's going on in mine.
He was the happiest he'd been in years. The following Friday, July 18th, a neighbor on Trescott Drive sees something strange out his window. He calls 911.
Okay, tell me exactly what happened.
The garage door on one of the other houses is open.
I thought the gentleman was backing out, and I went back to my house, but he never backed out. And I came back over, and his driver's side window is shattered, and he's spattered and can't answer. He's inside.
On that Friday, when the news broke about the shooting in the neighborhood, I got a text from my sister who said that there was a shooting on Trescott. And so I started to look it up, and I just had a weird feeling. I then called Tallahassee Memorial Hospital and asked if Daniel Markel was there, and they said yes.
We were on vacationing with my family in Rome, and we were at the hotel, and my wife was checking her emails, and she suddenly gasped and showed me the email.
We got the call and just knew not much, but that he'd been shot.
Dan's friend and law school colleague, Mark Spotswood, rushes to the hospital.
It got to a point where they knew he wasn't getting better, and the hospital staff shifted to kind of trying to set up a phone tree to let people know, this is what's happened, and if you want to see him before he's dead, you need to come.
So I saw that, and I just started crying. I would have just left the hotel. I had to go. I remember I left the hotel and went to a bar just to be alone, where a bunch of Italians wanted to talk to me about soccer, and I didn't want to talk about soccer.
I started to get texts, I think, from mutual friends saying, have you heard what happened to Dan? And I said no. And then details over the next few hours started to trickle out.
Abigail and I keep Shabbat, so for 25 hours, we don't use the internet or any electronic media of any kind. And then Saturday night, we're allowed to again after nightfall. So on Saturday night, we were about to go out on a date, turned on, her computer to like look up a movie time or something like that. And we saw on Facebook, a law student who might have been mentored by him at some point, posting that she was shocked to have just heard that Dan Markel had died.
Not long after dawn, less than 24 hours after he'd been shot, Dan Markel died in the hospital.
I remember I got this text and I started to feel dizzy. I started to feel kind of ill, woozy. I think I was reeling a bit.
I mean, it's just like a kick in the stomach. I mean, like what? Shock and horror,
The really shocking upshot was that Dan had been murdered.
Wendy Adelson was busy the morning of July 18th. Her brother, Charlie, had bought her a new TV set, and it wasn't working. But it was still under warranty, so someone was coming to fix it. The repairman showed up a little before 9 and left around 10. Soon after that, Wendy called Charlie. A few calls followed, a couple to friends. She also called Dan, who had the kids that day. They had some coordinating to do. But Dan wasn't answering. Around 12:30, she left to go to the liquor store to pick up some bourbon for a party she was planning to go to that night. On her way, she passed her old street, Trescott, but it was blocked off. She saw a police car. She said she didn't think anything of it. She figured that maybe a tree had knocked down a power line. At 1, she had lunch with some friends, a lunch she spent partly complaining about Dan. Wendy got a voicemail from her old real estate agent about something happening on Trescott, but she didn't listen to it. Around 2 p.m., an officer showed up at the restaurant and brought Wendy to the police station to tell her what had happened. It's not until 2:47 p.m. at the police station, as she's waiting for the officer to tell her what's going on, that she finally hears the message.
I just listened to my voicemail.
What'd you hear?
Wendy's dressed in a blue t-shirt and jean shorts. Her hair's pulled back with sunglasses perched on top of her head.
Do you want to just hit play again for me?
Sure.
Hey, it's Lisa Carey. It is Friday, and I feel like an idiot doing this, but I just heard that there was a shooting over on Trescott, and I promise I'm not trying to be dramatic or even nosy. I don't know. Just checking on you, my friend. I hope all is well. I hope your sweet boys are well, and if there's anything you need, let me know. It just ran a chill down my spine when I heard that there was something going on Trescott.
That's all right. You can stop it. Or does it stop automatically?
It's done.
Okay. Do you have your identification with you? So you never took the last name of Markel?
No.
A-D.
As the investigator writes out her name, Wendy begins to shake her head. Her eyes widen. Her breathing noticeably quickens.
All right. There was a shooting at your home or your ex-husband's home at 2116 Trescott. Okay. Your ex-husband, Daniel, all right, has been taken to the hospital. He's not going to survive.
Oh my God.
Okay. Well, before we get into everything, I have to establish where you were and who you were with and so forth. Okay. And then once we've established all that, I can give you more details. Do you understand why I wanted you to come here before I discuss this?
Wendy puts her head in her hands and sobs uncontrollably for almost a full minute.
I'm sorry. It's okay. No, you have nothing to be sorry about.
A few days later, a memorial service for Dan Markel was held at a local synagogue. Dan's parents were there. His only sister, Shelly, spoke at the service. Wendy stood with her parents. They were flanked by off-duty Tallahassee cops Donna and Harvey had hired to be their security.
They were there as well, kind of helping to corral the kids. Wendy obviously was there and very emotional. And
did you talk to her at the service?
Yeah, we did. We talked about. So she said, tears streaming down. That she's a single mom now to these boys, and that she needs boys. For the sake of the boys, we need to kind of get together and help be that support network for them. They don't have a father now. They need to be around other fathers and parents and other kids right now. And so it was kind of an olive branch, I guess. We'd been on Team Danny at that point, and that was Wendy reaching across and saying, hey, let's all kind of pull back together here.
Wendy left town the next day, and Jeremy says she's never been back.
There was just a lot of shock and trying to process and figure out how this could have happened. And again, it was, no one had it just was a complete bolt out of the blue. He wasn't the sort of person you thought of as having enemies who would do him physical harm. He was a very gentle person, it was as shocking as you can imagine anything being.
It's not only the issue of a loss of a child, which is horrendous, but murder is unthinkable. Murder is not part of the vocabulary that I would normally be involved in.
It was up to Dan's parents and his sister to arrange for his body to be brought back to Toronto.
You're not dealing with a natural death. This is not an illness. This is not an accident. This is nothing which has any kind of a normal grief period. And I think that even makes it more complex.
I'm not good at a lot of things, but I am good at sort of reaching through the truth.
Dan's old friend Abigail Schreier read all the obituaries and felt they were missing something.
This isn't Dan. They're not getting him. Yes, he was a brilliant law professor. Yes, he was, Harvard trained and all these things, but they're not getting him. And I just sat down and I just said, I have to write about him. I want to tell people who he really was.
And so she began to write.
So I started with, I think something like Dan was abrasive, which he was in a wonderful way. He got right in your face as a friend, as in every sort of way, but not aggressively. It wasn't ever aggressive, but it was just, hi, who are you? Tell me everything. I'll tell you who I am.
Sorry, guys, I'm just going to pause this for a second. And Glenn, what did I say to you? The minute you want to show your receipts, I will invite you on here and we will have a discussion. But also remember, I've got my receipts too. So it is an open forum. I've invited you. All I said is send me an email of your talking points and we will have that discussion.
Let's get to know each other right away. And I just thought that somebody needs to say who Dan was for his children.
David Latt also started to write about his friend.
I have spent countless hours following this case and writing about this case and thinking about this case over the years.
His blog posts about what happened to Dan get a lot of attention.
This kind of murder is just such a shocking thing. I think anyone, even someone not tied to Dan, would be at least curious about it because we are so curious about terrible, terrible crimes and how people can do them.
Back in Tallahassee, police were talking to Dan's neighbors and friends, including the Cohens.
We had a detective that came in around this table on, I think it was Saturday, and talked through, asking us a lot of questions, and we gave her some theories. And I know we were asking him about, so what's the next steps? Where do you guys go? And he couldn't really share anything. I think we were all just in this information gathering stage about kind of what are you guys doing to help solve this thing, or trying to find some answers.
The police were asking the kind of questions police ask. Did Dan have enemies? Who would want to hurt him? Tracy and Jeremy had a theory.
We could only think of one group of people who might want Danny dead.
And Wendy told police she had some theories of her own.
Danny didn't treat me very well, and I'm so scared that maybe someone did this. Not because they hate Danny, but because they thought this was good somehow.
Oh, are you saying that you think maybe one of your friends would have done something like this?
Who would do this?
That's next time on Over My Dead Body.
These are so good. They truly are. No, Glenn, you have to send me email. I don't like Elon Musk. Hi, Emery. Third or fourth time today I have sat through Wendy's fake high-pitched crying. I can copy it. Who would do this? Oh, fuck off, Wendy. Just fuck off. I'm sorry about my language, but you know what? This lying piece of fucking shit. Oh, someday, Glenn, honestly, someday you're going to stop drinking the fucking Kool-Aid, man. You just really are. You just really are. I just want to interact with the chat for a bit. She texted Dan asking if he was around on the 18th because she wanted the kids on the 16th when she had the kids. Anyway, she set it up. Absolutely, Paul. Thank you, KCL. She really does my head in. That whole interview. Look at Tara Domenko. She was truly, truly cared for Dan. Probably more than we realize. Unequated love is what I call it. And you got this stupid fucking bitch. And again, I'm worked up. Wendy works me up. The sooner she's in cuffs, the better for my health. Seriously. Oh, I'm so sorry about my language, guys, but there's too much. Not once has she sat on that stand. Oh, I didn't think about Ian. I didn't think about that. Interesting. But, hello, flying monkeys. We have flying monkeys. Don't want me to start singing. No, it's horrible. Tara and Jeff had this case cracked within days. Yep. Yeah, Wendy did her very best acting job, just as Donna asked, right? Exactly. I have wondered what is the defense for any of these players. The third time, this is going to be the fourth time that bitch sits on the stand. And I guarantee she's not going to say a story that resembles any of the other three times. What? It's been a K turn. Is it going to be a fucking U turn? An S turn? What is it? What letter is she choosing this time? Like I said, let's open the prisons up as a fun fair so you can pay your $5 to $20 to punch an inmate in the face. And I'm going to line up for Wendy first. She is as guilty. How's Isom couldn't see through it? He never understand. In the beginning, he didn't because he's like Glenn and drank the Kool-Aid. But he came out of the Kool-Aid fog very quickly. If Wendy had more, so this is Glenn, guys. If Wendy had more of a progressive personality, maybe had tattoos, had a motorcycle, listened to heavy, then nobody would be, oh my God. This is like, Wendy's so beautiful. That's why everybody wants her in jail. Glenn, come with facts, man. Come with facts. Because I'm going to come with facts too. And maybe you're not Glenn. Maybe you are Tova or Honeycutt. And guess what? If you are, email me. I want to meet you. It's always struck me funny that she didn't want to know more about the medical status. She didn't want to know because he had said prior, Ange, when they were together, that he wanted to be saved. He wanted all measures taken. She didn't want anybody to know that. She didn't say that near the end of her interview. She wanted to make him gone. Mrs. Coffee, I'm hearing a lot of the F word and the B word. You sure are, Michael. Because she sets me off. It's how this woman is still walking the face of the earth. I have no idea. Like, I just don't. Ian, what do you have, Ian? Glenn, time for your meds and a nap. Matrix has the funniest today about her dead predator eyes. I seen that. Yep. Imagine waking up to that. What a phony friend. She never went back. She cared so much about them. And KCL says it's common sense she was involved. Absolutely. It's just common sense. I get it. I get there's people out there that want to support her. And you know what? That's a hard job right now to do. Very hard job. But don't come in here and go at us like that because of, like I said, receipt to receipt. Crime and coffee, it doesn't matter. Potato. It was grape flavored aid. But I say Kool-Aid too. Yeah, it is a Kool-Aid. I'm Canadian. I say Kool-Aid. Okay. You timed him out. Man. Listen, guys, I know he's timed out, so I'll say it out loud. I really just let him play in here so you guys could play with him for a bit. I gave you a shiny little toy for a few minutes. Patricia says, crime and coffee. Look at my previous comment. I'm trying to find it, my dear. Where are you? I'm going to scroll up till I can find you. There's a lot of comments. I can't even see it, Patricia. Oh, there we go. If Wendy wasn't wanting Dan's death, the rest of the Adelsons could have just ignored him and forgotten about him. But Wendy was likely going to lose everything because of Dan. Absolutely. You cannot tell me, even if her whacked out family said this was what they were going to do, you can't tell me she couldn't have said, enough, done. Should I take over for Glenn now? No, Ian. I honestly, Sky will tell you. He messaged me and said, what do you want me to do? I said, Ian's having fun. Let him go for a little bit. I was loving your comments, Ian. I was like, let's give Ian a little toy right now. Maybe not now, but she will have to answer to her maker. Do you even think she's going to get a chance to answer to her maker? She's going straight to hell. That bitch is going straight to hell. And hell is too good for her. Honestly, Wendy's nostrils start flaring up when she's stressed out. You could see it on the stand. Yep. And when she's lying, she really talks with her hands. One thing that I don't understand, why do the Adelsons think of Robert as a second-class citizen when he is board certified practicing? Because he didn't play their games. He wasn't playing nice in the Adelson sandbox. She asked her friends to support her in the media as innocent of rubbing out Dan after the hate she spewed at Dan. They were like, nah, yep, absolutely. Michael Glenn, because he doesn't need their money, right? Nobody takes someone else's ex-spouse out of them. Mothers, brothers, and dads don't do that. They did it because Wendy wanted it. We are not fools. Absolutely, KCL. First off, they look at the jurors as fools. Then they look at the dream team, Sarah and Georgia, as fools. But then now they're looking at the world. It's the world, guys. We've got somebody in almost every continent on these channels. It's the world that they're trying to say is fools. Well, Adelsons, we're not fools. I hope Rob gets to testify this time, spell out what fucked up family they are. Yep, so do I. Robert disobeyed Mummy, and Mummy is a narcissist, and their vengeance is unmatched. Absolutely, Patricia. Thank you, Sky. Please like and subscribe, everyone. We do go off the rails, and Rochelle does curse, and I do apologize. And honestly, tell me, guys, if it bugs you, I will put myself on mute when I'm going to curse. Michael Glenn, because they don't approve of the lady he married. Yep. So he married, he was with Haritha, wanted to marry her, family disapproved. So he left Haritha, married a Jewish woman, realized that it was not right, got it annulled, begged and did everything he could to get back with his true love, Haritha, and the family was at his wedding. They were there. They put on a show, but please keep cursing, okay? Because I'm sorry, guys. You all know when I get heated, I can't. And Wendy is, Wendy just burns me. I approve of you expressing yourself. Thank you. But so that was number 2. So we'll jump into number curse away. Rochelle, I like your cursing. However, I don't want you to get demon. No, I would never. No, let's not get. We won't get demon, but I will say when I was muted, I probably went that far. So I thank God I was muted. So that was number 2. So sorry, guys. Let's see if I find number 3 here. Thought I had it queued up. I'm so sorry. They hated Robert's choice of wife. Yep. Oh. Well, I probably went demon too, but no, I'm okay as long as it's not in the first 3 minutes. So I try to stay away from the first 3 minutes and not extreme amount. Rochelle, thanks so much for making me laugh about something so painful. And that's what this group is. This is what we are. This community is. And for the ones that are watching, join the chat. We are friendly. This is a horrible story, a heartbreaking story, but we find a way to lift each other up. Okay, that did not approve of Robert's wife, but Charlie's constantly slumming with one. Yep, exactly, Michael. Because they probably looked at it as Charlie was a lost cause. So this is episode 3. Yeah, Sunshine, you're right. Let me just do this. They wanted Jewish grandchildren. But the thing is, this is the craziest thing in the world. They wanted Jewish grandchildren, but they didn't practice. Okay. I'm sorry. What do they call themselves? Reformed Jewish? But she was okay to put her kids in hate uniforms. Like, my goodness. This woman, these people are just disgusting. I just want to make sure we're... Oh, that's not it. Sorry, guys. Boy, oh boy. This thing, if I go here... Here we go. Yeah. Versus social. Okay, thanks, guys. Social Jewish versus Orthodox. Yeah, Jewish in name only. But these are the same people that wanted to put them in hate uniforms and take a picture in front of a Catholic church or whatever church. It didn't matter, just another church. How people can think that they're innocent, because they're just not. They're just not innocent. There's not. Jewish style. Yep. Jewish style. All right, guys. I'll put it back. We're doing episode 3 now. And I promise. Let me just see which one we are. There we go. Oh, it was big screen. Sorry, guys. I hope you guys are okay with this. I know that, I learned that women being Jewish is what determines if children are Jewish. They didn't need Dan. Wendy was Jewish. Oh, I've never heard of that. My blood pressure goes up over this case. Yeah, I get both are Jewish. It's sort of like Catholic, and yeah, I can't say the other word, so I'm not going to try. They wanted the Americanized Jewish rich image. I've seen the same with Catholic. Absolutely. Absolutely. Shraj, you're doing the ruin the emotion forever for me. No longer the innocent big sun in the sky. I didn't even see that. I so missed it. I don't know. Donna is a principal in first-degree murder, conspiracy to commit murder, and solicitation to commit murder. I love my new look. Oh my! I forgot I did that. I'm so sorry. Oh, I was so mad, but I couldn't speak. See, we were going. Oh, Jibs. Oh, that's Rochelle off the rails. Sorry, but it was just too perfect. I couldn't help myself. Oh, the mother must be Jewish, but they don't care about who Charlie was with. Oh, we talked about that early, Top Cat. We don't know what it is. I'm saying that it has to do with Robert, that they probably took an interview or something with Robert and they sealed it because they don't want it out to the public until the jury's picked, because it would probably taint a jury. That's my opinion. Carmen Kaufman icon for certain. Okay, nice. Nice. I won't see it as a son ever again. Oh, Jibs, isn't that something? I miss 1982. I didn't cough in the mornings. I never needed makeup. Yeah, wouldn't that be nice? Donna MT deed has been denied. She's next for prison. Yep. KCL. I wonder if that was what they had the sidebar about at the hearing. Maybe. That could possibly be. So tomorrow we will be streaming Donna's hearing again. It's going to be a long one. Okay, thanks. That makes sense. Oh, you're welcome, Top Cat. Anytime. Chips, every time you come up on chat, I'm going to crack up. It gets past the chat filter, so I can call someone an a-hole all day long, and nobody knows any better. Oh, that's neat. I don't have really chat filters. Charlie's first wife, Robert's first wife was Jewish. Charlie never married. Every time Jibs comes up, I'm going to crack up laughing. The kind of woman Donna is the one that would weaponize her own grandchildren against their father in the most disgusting and disrespectful way. She could, absolutely. Oh gosh, Jibs, you're cracking me up. Okay. What does everyone think? If Donna was indeed given a bond, would she have fled the country? I'll start. Hell yeah, she would have. Yeah. If Florida allowed that as a bond, she would have been gone. She would have just went private jet. I wish people would refrain from posting silly comments just to hear you read them. I find it is very bad taste. Oh. I enjoy reading. Sometimes they make me laugh. Charlie never married. Maybe he will in prison. Maybe. All right, guys, I will. Oh, yes, Donna would have been. Yeah, absolutely, she would have. All right, guys, I'll go back to this one.
And language.
As Wendy Adelson sits in the police station,
To be here and help me with the kids.
And so for my information, what are your parents' names?
she gives a rundown of her family members.
My parents' names are Donna and Harvey Adelson.
And did you say they were in Florida?
They are. They're sort of in the process of retiring. Semi. So they work together. They're super happy and in love.
Then there's a brother.
His name's Charlie, the one I'm really close to.
Charlie's the middle child. But Wendy has another brother.
Yeah, so I'm the oldest, and then my brother behind me, and then I'm 6 years older than Wendy.
Rob Adelson. Rob's in his mid-40s. He's a physician. And he's the only one of his immediate family that doesn't live in Florida. In part, that's because of something that happened more than a decade ago. At the time, Rob was doing his internship in Texas. He met someone and fell for her hard. But there was a problem.
After maybe about 8 or 9 months, he said he had something to tell me, that we had to talk, and I didn't really know what it was going to be.
The problem was Donna and Harvey.
And basically, he said that his parents just couldn't accept him being someone who wasn't Jewish, and that he'd have to break up with me, that they literally said it's either her or them.
It was that simple. Haritha was not Jewish.
Huh, okay. And was that explicit?
Yes.
Rob was stuck between the woman he loved and his family. And so began a painful series of breakups and reconciliations.
He was very close with his parents at the time. So we proceeded to break up and get back together, and break up and get back together over the course of another year and a half.
For someone like me who, was extremely, probably overly close to my parents, pleasing them, mattered a lot.
All of this was happening at the worst possible time for Rob. He was in his residency, which is a notoriously draining, stressful process. Finally, his parents wore him down. He broke up with Haritha. And, well, he doesn't like to talk about what happened next.
Had my parents not put up multiple years of threatening to disown me, multiple years of angry, difficult phone calls, it never would have occurred.
He actually got engaged to someone else, a nice Jewish girl from Dallas. His parents were much happier with that relationship, but it didn't last.
I was very briefly married to someone else. I feel terrible for all the pain it caused anyone involved.
Days into the marriage, Rob decided he'd made a huge mistake.
There's a rapid, I believe, annulment.
Haritha took him back, and they got married. And Donna and Harvey, well, they were at the wedding.
They came around and told Rob, we've decided that it would be okay for you to be with her. And they really tried. We all tried for a fresh start.
But making that fresh start wasn't easy. Rob says breaking up with Haritha and marrying someone else, even briefly, because of his parents, is the worst thing he's ever done.
I do think my parents did everything they could do to try to make things better. There's a good bit of scar tissue to wade through from that. I don't think it resolved, but I think it made it better.
But before, you counted yourself as really close with your parents.
Yes.
And after, would you still say the same thing?
Less so.
Still, Rob and Haritha kept coming to family events. And they stayed in touch with both Dan and Wendy, even through their divorce. Then they heard the news about Dan's murder, and their stomachs turned.
Here's a question for you. Did you think you knew what happened?
Yes, and I was also hoping that it would not be a worst case scenario.
From Wondery, I'm Matthew Scher, and this is Over My Dead Body.
Baby, I'm guilty. I've got his blood on my hand.
Baby, you're crazy. I never touched that hand.
The first season is called Tally, and this is episode 3. Who would do this?
Tallahassee police now scrambling to unravel the riddle of who killed Florida State University professor Dan Markel. Markel's ex-wife, a fellow FSU professor, Wendy Jill Adelson, said through her lawyer that she is just devastated and scared to death.
Dan Markel was shot around 11 a.m. on July 18th, 2014, a Friday. By the next Monday, his death was national news. It was on CNN, on the Headline News Network, on Good Morning America. His face was in the pages of the New York Times, and now not for a wedding announcement. Police seek clues in fatal shooting of widely known criminal law professor in Florida.
It's my desk. If there's ever a fire that's going to start in the newsroom, it's going to be all these court documents on top of the power strip here.
But Carl Edders, a crime reporter at the local paper, the Tallahassee Democrat, had the jump on the outside journalists. See, Edders grew up in Tallahassee, went to high school in Tallahassee, went to college in Tallahassee. He's covered his hometown for years. His desk is overflowing with paper, documents related to the biggest cases of his career.
So yeah, this is where the magic happens.
Robberies, shootings, college hazing incidents.
I have my Dan Markel clips right here. I look at this when I turn around every day, pretty much. Like I said, this is probably the biggest story I'll ever work on. It's probably the biggest story in Tallahassee ever, I would say.
On the day Dan was shot, Carl was actually off work.
I remember my phone dinging with an update from our newspaper that investigators were working on a shooting over on Trescott Drive.
Right away, it was clear this investigation wasn't going to be typical.
You have a very well-to-do law professor, well-known lawyer killed in an upscale neighborhood with very little leads being released.
Especially for a small city like Tallahassee.
Sleepy southern town, I would say. I think a lot of people don't realize that it's actually the capital, and that's a really good way to describe it.
Carl and his colleagues had sources all over the place. Folks on the police force, locals in town.
In Tallahassee being so small, people notice when the crime scene investigators are out.
Still, there was too much story here for just one reporter to handle. The paper put a team together who built a solid timeline of Dan's actions on the day of his death. Dan's day starts a little before 9 a.m. when he leaves his home in Benton Hills in his Honda Accord and drops off his 2 sons at their daycare. He says goodbye to his kids. He gets back on the freeway. FSU students are gone for the summer, so he has no classes to teach. It's Friday, the weekend's coming. And the heat, which would hit a stifling 94 degrees later on in the day, is manageable right now. Cooler with mostly clear skies. Dan heads to his gym. He works out there for a little over an hour, and at 10:38 a.m., he gets back in his car to head home. On the way, he rings up Stuart Slazer, a local teacher. Dan's calling, Slazer would later tell the police, because he just found out Wendy's trying to enroll the boys at a new school, without telling him.
And so I'm like, okay, this isn't, I don't want to get in the middle of this, but it's a good school, blah, blah, blah.
And now, of course, Dan wants to be involved in the decision. He's doing his due diligence.
We started talking, didn't really get to the heart of anything. And he said, hold on a second. There's someone in my driveway that's unfamiliar to me. And I'm pretty sure that's the words he used. And I said, sure, no problem. Good. It was a loud sound which sounded either like a grunt or something. It sounded like a person making the sound, but it didn't sound like a good sound.
Dan is shot twice at close range with a handgun. One bullet enters his forehead and the other his cheek. An injury on his forearm suggests he put up his arm to try to protect himself. Glass goes everywhere. The window is shattered, and Dan's black frame glasses fall to the floor of the Accord. The lens is broken. The killer vanishes, pulls out of the driveway, and is gone.
The keys are still in the ignition, in the car sitting in his garage.
This one doesn't fit any of the usual molds. At first, the reporters are thinking robbery.
We didn't know that no one had entered the house at the time, so after we found that out, obviously it's not looking like a robbery. It doesn't look like anything is missing.
The day of the shooting, the police continue to walk through all the possibilities with Wendy. For 8 hours, they talk about all the people who might have had something against Daniel Markel.
He goes by Danny.
Danny, okay.
No one calls him Daniel.
I don't know him, so I'm sorry.
Just telling you
Danny.
so that it just feels really impersonal.
The talk turns to the last time Wendy saw her ex.
Wednesday, I picked up the kids and I was going to take them to Whole Foods.
Okay.
And I saw Danny working on his computer in the window of the Whole Foods, and I took him to BurgerFi instead.
Oh.
Because
you had laryngitis, remember? You had laryngitis, and you didn't want Danny to know that you could speak. That's why you avoided him. You stupid bitch.
and I were, divorced,
Right.
and interactions with him were hard. And it was my one day with the kids, and I thought, well, if we go inside, it's going to be like all of us together, and I wanted time by myself with them.
Not surprising. She and Dan haven't been on good terms for a while.
He never hurt me physically, but he was emotionally abusive.
Okay.
And I didn't tell most people that. So all most people know is it just didn't work out, and it's just the kids are young, and this is just better this way.
She considers the possibility he committed suicide.
I mean, I can see him being really sad when we first got divorced.
Right.
But now he's got Amy, and he loves those boys.
Okay.
Amy's Dan's current girlfriend.
And things were really good for him. There's no way he did this to himself.
But Amy, she's got an ex-husband. Maybe, Wendy says, he's involved somehow.
If you're gonna think of someone who's not thrilled with Danny, I don't know how happy her husband or ex-husband is with the situation.
Or someone else who might have something over him.
He doesn't gamble, he doesn't drink, he doesn't have any vices, he doesn't do anything weird.
In the hours and days right after Dan's murder, there were a million theories floated about what could have happened.
David Latt, he documented some of these theories on his blog.
In the early hours, people even thought it could have been some kind of burglary or robbery attempt gone awry.
The police were so stumped, they reached out for help.
Tallahassee police now say they're short on clues and have opened a dedicated tip line, hoping to provide the kind of justice Markel sought for others.
And they got some interesting leads. Like from the law school. What if the killer is a former student who hated Dan?
Danny can be crass, and I can see how he can come across as condescending. He would rub people the wrong way because he was very he very highfalutin, used big words. He was very confident in his intelligence, but it came across as arrogant.
Okay.
He came across as arrogant to many people.
And then there's the tip from a guy named Willie Hill, who one day walks into the station house with some first-hand information. The morning of the murder, Willie had been on Trescott Drive and had seen a guy in a red truck absolutely screaming down the road.
Hair reflect your color. Okay. He's a white guy. White male. Anything else that you remember about him? Well, just the look on his face, like he was mad at the world, He looked like he wanted to kill somebody.
Which way was he driving? The detectives ask. Hill doesn't hesitate.
He was heading toward that house.
So maybe, somewhere between the gym where he was working out and his house, Dan cut someone off. Maybe the person he cut off followed him back to Benton Hills and shot him. Maybe. But road rage or a disgruntled student, those don't quite fit. This killing seems planned, targeted, like it's someone who has a grudge against Dan.
It was very, very professional. Through the window, nothing left at the scene. No one touched anything. It was just sort of an in and out sort of thing. It was a very clean homicide.
People wondered whether perhaps the murder could have been related to some consulting work he was doing on a controversial case involving some rabbis and Jewish divorce.
Yeah, maybe it had something to do with a rabbi in New York. A rabbi known as the Prod Father. The first time I ever heard the name Dan Markel was in 2014. I had been assigned to cover a strange court case involving some Orthodox rabbis in New York. It was another story that involved some pretty unhappy marriages. See, in certain strains of Orthodox and Hasidic Judaism, the man has all the control over when a marriage ends. And unless he consents to sign a kind of permission slip called a get, G-E-T, his wife is trapped. She becomes an aguna, a chained woman. The rabbi at the center of the case I was covering was named Mendel Epstein. He provided women in this situation with a very specific kind of service.
Epstein talked about forcing compliance through the use of tough guys who utilize electric cattle prods, karate, handcuffs, and place plastic bags over the heads of the husbands.
And, surprise, surprise, it worked. Epstein always managed to get what he needed. His catchphrase was a divorce or a funeral. And he earned a nickname, too, the Prod Father. In 2014, an FBI sting brought Epstein down, along with his deputy, a rabbi named Martin Wallmark.
2 rabbis are in jail this morning. They're accused in a kidnapping and torture plot. The targets, men who refuse to divorce their wives.
As the 2 rabbis assembled their legal defenses, Wallmark, the Prod Father's deputy, brought on Dan Markel as a legal consultant. My article was published. And then, that December, I opened my email to find an unusual message. It was from a friend of Dan's, and he had a theory. Okay, what if, the email said, Dan had been shot for advising the deputy rabbi to flip on the Prod Father in exchange for a lighter sentence? Sure, why not? I mean, it seemed as plausible as anything else. I emailed him back to say I'd do a little digging.
All right, Mr. Latas, I appreciate you coming in and talking with me here.
In the meantime, another person had caught the eye of police. Jeff Lacasse, Wendy's boyfriend.
Like I said, we're still in the preliminary stages of this investigation. Yeah. Your name did come up, of course, because you were associated at some point with Wendy, of course, which is his ex-wife, as I'm sure you know. Yeah.
The Tallahassee police would end up calling Lacasse in for 2 long interviews. The first one is 3 days after Dan's death.
You met Wendy?
Not personally.
Very charismatic and very good at. Once you date this girl, you just do anything for her. I'm not the only man who's been under her thumb in that way. I mean, she really has this charisma and this sexuality. And so, you throw yourself in front of a bus for this girl. It's just a new kind of thing for me.
Lacasse has an alibi for the day of the murder. He says he was on his way to visit friends in Tennessee.
And you said you stopped in a suburb of Atlanta? Where was that?
Can't remember. I stayed at a really crappy Days Inn, maybe 20 miles south of Atlanta.
20 miles south of Atlanta.
Yeah, I could pull the credit card receipt if you really need to know.
Later, the police tell Lacasse, hey, we're on the outside looking in. We're searching for any information that might help crack the case. Lacasse thinks about it.
Her brother is an unusual guy.
He's not talking about her brother, Rob. He's talking about Wendy's other brother, Charlie, the one who followed his dad into the family business.
He's a dentist and he's very wealthy. Kind of hangs out with people from both sides of the tracks. And, he goes ODing in South Beach with his rich buddies, and he also goes to his gym with some other kinds of characters kind of thing. So,
some less savory individuals.
I think so.
But Lacasse has only met Charlie once. He's really only going off secondhand knowledge. When the cops ask Wendy about how her family feels about Dan, she doesn't mince words.
My parents are, very angry towards him. But even when they're around my kids, they would never say a bad word about my kid's father. They're really, really careful about that. They just like him, but they know he's the father of my kids. They would never do that.
Right.
I don't know who would be angry enough with him.
Well, that's what I have to find out.
To do something like this.
Is it even possible her family would ever do something like this? The investigator asks. No, Wendy says.
I made my brother, the one, his name is Charlie, the one I'm really close to, he makes a lot of jokes in bad taste, and it was a joke he made. He bought the TV for me this morning that got broken, and I was talking to him about whether it made sense to pay to fix it or whether I should get a new one, and it was always his joke that, he knew Danny treated me badly, and it was always his joke. He said, I looked into hiring a hitman, and it was cheaper to get you this TV, so instead I got you this TV. He would never. He's my big brother, and he's been taking care of me since I was little, but he would never. And I told that to the repair guy this morning.
Right. That's okay.
He asked me how much it cost, and I said I didn't know because it was a gift, because my brother said it was cheaper than a hitman. It was my divorce present.
Okay.
Such a horrible thing to say. I'm so sorry.
That's okay.
But even my family, who felt like I had been mistreated, would never do something like this. Never.
The police ask Wendy if they can look through her phone, and she hands it over willingly, joking that she's grateful she hadn't made any embarrassing calls that morning. She runs through her day with them over and over again. The TV repair, running errands, a lunch date with friends, which is where the police found her.
Somebody tried to kill my ex-husband. They should be prosecuted to the full extent of the law.
Regardless of who it is.
It would be different if I thought it were my brother, but I don't think it was my family. Anyone outside my immediate family, that's a tough one. Okay. But I don't think my immediate family did this. So if it's anybody else, yeah.
Okay. Would you think that this guy, Charlie, would even be capable of doing something like this?
No. He's the Joker.
But others, like David Latt and Carl Etters, weren't so sure Wendy and her family didn't have anything to do with Dan's murder.
I knew from the last phone conversation that I had had with Dan that he had a rather acrimonious divorce from his wife, Wendy.
In Latt's very first blog post about the killing, he's got almost no information besides the initial police reports. But he goes there.
My mentioning the possibility that Dan's divorce could be related to Dan's murder was not well received.
Sorry, guys. KCL, that's not all she Googled. That's not all Miss Turnpike Wendy Googled.
I got a lot of angry email from people connected to Dan's ex-wife, Wendy Adelson, and the Adelson family, saying that theory was outlandish, absurd, and offensive. So my even mentioning these events in the same paragraph did not sit well with people.
You look at some of the assets she was trying to get a hold of and the custody battle, and that's a natural motive to look at anyhow. We're looking at those things and, you're going, maybe.
And kids.
And kids, people, people will do lots of things for their kids, I think. And I think that's a natural way to think about it. When you read, it was all there on paper. It's all in the court filings. And you look at that and you say, well, yeah, that could be it.
During her interview with police, Wendy asks to get her phone back so she can call her parents. They'll want to know about Dan.
Okay, here goes. This is the worst day of my life. Oh. Hi, Mom. How's it going? Mom, I need you to sit down. I am fine. The boys are fine. I need you to sit down. Danny has been... Danny has been shot. And I don't think he's going to make it. I really need you to come here and be with me. Okay, but be careful, okay? Okay. Okay. Okay, love you too. Bye.
Wendy arranges for a friend to pick up her boys. She doesn't want it to be a police car getting them at school. The police and a victim advocate talk to Wendy for about another hour, and then she heads home. It will be the last time Wendy ever speaks with the Tallahassee police directly, instead of through an attorney. As the Tallahassee police are talking to eyewitnesses, persons of interest, fielding tips from the hotline, they're also pulling videos from the closed-circuit cameras that caught Dan's movements that day. And it's here that they get their first big lead. When they look at the footage from the cameras outside Dan's gym, they see that when Dan's Accord left the lot that morning, another car was following him. They start looking at other footage from city buses and other buildings, and they confirm that, yep, everywhere Dan goes, there's that same car. The car has been tailing him all morning.
Tallahassee Police Department has two updates in the investigation. The first one is going to be the suspect vehicle, and this is a picture of the actual suspect vehicle.
They released that they had a car of interest, which was this silver pine mica Prius that was seen leaving the house.
The murderer must be in this car, but the windows are tinted. And in the video footage from Tallahassee, the angles are wrong. Police can't see the license plate number. Still, they do have a few other clues about the car and where it might have come from.
There was a few things about the car that really stuck out. There was a tow hook on the front that was missing. One of the mirrors was an after factory mirror, so it wasn't the same color. And there was a SunPass transponder in the window, and that's down in Central Florida on the Turnpike. There's toll booths, and you get one of those so you don't have to, break out the change jar every time you go through a toll. It just scans it as you go down.
But it's not enough information to identify the driver. The investigation seems to slow a crawl. The police increase the reward to $100,000 for any information that leads to the arrest and conviction of the person responsible. The news vans go home. Carl Edders and his colleagues at the local paper move on to other cases, other stories.
There was a lot of frustration. We would revisit it from time to time. The police department would, every once in a while, put out videos or release what evidence they'd had, and especially about the car. They've honed in on the car a lot.
After a year, still few clues in Dan Markel killing is the headline of a story the Tallahassee Democrat runs on the anniversary of the murder. Just about the biggest news in it is that the house on Trescott's been put on the market.
I think a lot of us thought that, I don't know if they're ever going to solve this murder just because of how clean it was, how little there was in the way of suspects and information that we were getting. I think I did, and I know a lot of people here in the newsroom definitely felt like this case may never be solved.
After that email I got about Dan Markel and the Prod Father, I started keeping tabs on the case too. I read what I could about it. I made some calls to people I'd spoken to for my story about the Orthodox rabbis, but no connection turned up between Rabbi Epstein and Markel's murder. After leaving Tallahassee, Wendy stays with her parents for about a year. then moves into a 2-bedroom apartment in Miami Beach with her 2 boys. The neighborhood is trendy, the kind of place where Russian oligarchs buy 4th or 5th or 12th real estate properties. But Wendy's complex is actually pretty family-friendly. She seems to her neighbors like a woman who's got it all. 2 cute kids, plus a prestigious job clerking for a federal judge. Dan's parents, Ruth and Phil, would come down to see the kids.
I had a tradition of going to Florida, Miami area, several times a year. And I would always tell Wendy that I'm coming, and we would have a plan, and we'd give out the dates, and she would tell me what worked or what didn't work. So I went with Wendy and the boys to the circus, and we enjoyed it.
And Wendy's family are always around.
Hey, Charlie.
Hey, how are you?
Good. Good to hear your voice. How's my boy?
Donna, Harvey, and Charlie all live close by.
Good. Just finished a long day.
We're at Wendy's house, just returning the boys.
Donna often watches the boys during the weekdays while Wendy's at work.
You can never hide anything in front of each
No.
other. You know, once they have a mouth, they open it up and they tell you everything. You know?
Yeah. No, that's great. I mean, listen, Wendy just doesn't comprehend how lucky she is.
No, she doesn't.
It doesn't register in her head how lucky she is at all.
On the weekends, the Adelson clan, Wendy, the boys, Grandma and Grandpa, Uncle Charlie, sometimes hang out at the complex pool. Some of Wendy's neighbors get to know her, and they do wonder, why is this beautiful, charming mother of 2 single? Then they Google her.
The first 2 years, there was really nothing available. They had nothing to tell us. They didn't know anything. And we're sitting here in Toronto and wondering, is anything is ever going to come of this?
We had continuous communication. We didn't have information.
2 years passed and nothing happened. I said, but this is a bunch of inept, blah, blah, blah. The TPD, the Tallahassee Police Department, they don't know anything. Just bring the FBI. I don't know.
And then in 2016,
when arrests were made in the Dan Markel case, I was in many ways relieved because the case had been somewhat cold.
It was about 12:30 at night, and I don't normally stay up that late, but I was up and I got an email that an arrest had been made in the Dan Markel case.
While most people thought that the trail had gone cold, the Tallahassee police had been busily putting together who was inside that Silver Pine Prius. First, by looking at video footage from around town. Then, by pulling all the cell phone information from the area, what's known in law enforcement as a tower dump.
What did that lead you to?
Initially led us to a phone number that was identified as being used by Sigfredo Garcia.
Sigfredo Garcia, a 34-year-old man from Miami. Sigfredo Garcia's phone, in turn, led them to a man named Luis Rivera, who was listed in Garcia's phone contacts. And when police ran Rivera's number,
we found the phone number belonging to this subject was also in the area of Markel's home on the day before the homicide.
Detectives knew the Prius had a SunPass transponder in the windshield, so they put in a request with the Florida Department of Transportation.
Transponder activity that took place between Naples and Broward County across Alligator Alley, which is I-75. And there was only one registered vehicle through SunPass that made those transponder activities at the approximate times I gave them.
Which traced the Prius back to a rental car company near Miami. An investigator dropped by and found a receipt.
They provided to him showing that Luis Rivera rented this car, rented it before the homicide, returned it after the homicide.
Carl Edders from the local paper gets an email blast from the Tallahassee Police Department.
It says the Tallahassee Police Department has made an arrest in the Dan Markel case. We've arrested Sigfredo Garcia in Hollandale Beach. I know a little bit about South Florida. I don't know. I have to look up where Hollandale Beach is.
But why would he travel from Miami to Tallahassee to commit this crime? His girlfriend, Katie Magbanawa, says he's being set up.
This is why cops plant things on you.
That's just something so that they could say that first, because I've been hearing in the news and they say that, and then they're making it seem like he's a horrible person, and then they put that freaking thing, and then it's like, I can't.
But it quickly becomes clear that there are even more people involved.
You were supposed to leave, Katie. When I told you, leave, Katie. Somebody else fucking knows something, because this shit would have not came out unless he told someone else. That's why there's nothing. But there's nothing. I don't know what the hell's been going on. I've been separated with him. There's nothing on him. He wouldn't never do anything like this. Ever. You know him. I need to talk to you. Where are you?
That's on the next episode of Over My Dead Body.
My God. Seriously. At Sunshine says 10 years of looking over their shoulders. To be straight up honest, Sunshine, I don't think for 10 years they were. I don't think they started looking over their shoulders till Sigfredo got arrested. I really don't. Or sorry, until the bump. Until the bump. I don't think they started looking over their shoulders. So then I think they thought they were away from it and nobody was going to come after them. Like the 2020 and all that come out, yes. But I think it was just moments. Easy for her to talk then. Hey, Black Eagle, welcome back. A-hole, uppity a-hole. Yep. The rabbi story blew my mind. Yes. It sure did. What do we got? So that's the two of those. So we did 3, 4, and 5. But we won't do a very long stream tonight, only because tomorrow morning comes really early and we've got the hearing. But if you want, once we do the hearing and we discuss that, we can do the other ones tomorrow. Because they are interesting. Like, I know some people say there's mistruths in them and stuff like that, but this is... Ange says, this is great. I've never heard some of these tidbits. Katie is one evil creature. Absolutely, she is. She says, Patricia Burns, that is some hard work you're doing. I know I couldn't do it. I hope your good cases give you enough to carry you through. Yes, like I said that to Patricia before. I'm like, she has a heart and it probably gets torn so many times. Yes, that family's been having a sorry guys, having a blast all this time. Those type of people don't worry about other people. Right, Tattles? I honestly okay, when 2020 came out or tidbits like that come out, they might have been a little, but honestly, I don't think they really looked over their shoulders until the bump, which is sick. How they could lay their heads down on a pillow and fall asleep every night and how she could look at her kids every day and know what she did to their daddy. Absolutely. It's good listening and you can point out the mistruths. Absolutely. Yeah. Psychopaths. It's just, like when the gunshots go off, that gets me every time because all I can picture, pardon me, all I can picture is that's the last thing Dan heard. And it just breaks my heart every time. It's funny to hear Katie talk frankly versus on her proffers. She still isn't honest. She's not a very good liar. Right, Clue? She's not. Horrible. Kids know. Yep. The end justifies the means. Right, Ahmed? Oh. I just... And every time I hear Phil or Ruth, it's so heartbreaking. It just really is. I've just sent my boss a text about Wendy. I can't multitask. I've done it for years, and a few times I've had a knock at my door and a young adult is there with flowers. Kids I had helped years before thanking me. Oh, that means you've touched their heart. Thank you. Thank you, Patricia, for what you do. I recommend this podcast to anyone that wants to introduce themselves to this case. It's a good place to start because the info that comes afterwards has a place to land. It makes it, yeah. Yeah, it sure does. I agree, Shiraz. It's a good stepping stone. Deb says, sorry, Rochelle in chat. I need to go to bed. We'll continue to listen, but can't type. See you in the morning. See you in the morning, Deb. Thank you for coming in. Oh, Patricia Burns, that makes me happy. I can't imagine how much that means now. You do wonderful things, Patricia. You're one of those. You are what I call an angel. When people are in their worst or been hurt or any of that, and you get that one person that can, I call them angels. I know. I call Ruth one of my angels because, like I said, when certain people come into you at your lowest point and give you just a little glimpse of happiness or hope or strength, I've nicknamed them angels. So Patricia, you are an angel. You're their angel, that's for sure. And anybody that doesn't believe in here, listen, you don't have to come at me tonight about it. They are angels. Sunshine, do you live on I can't pronounce that word. My dad and I flew there to just fly some model gliders. Oh, is this probably in Hawaii? Oh, is somebody in here from Hawaii? Miss Sky Troop is an angel. There you go. Wow, we got people from Hawaii now too. Look at us grow, Coffee Crew. Look at us grow. Thought we didn't get the likes up, but that's okay. Some people are shy. They're afraid that like button's going to bite their finger off. It doesn't bite. So, okay, let's see. What are we going to do? I'm not used to being done this early. So we get out of there. Hold on. Wow. 1820. Isn't that amazing, guys? We're doing awesome. We are truly doing awesome. And I say we because it is a we thing. So tomorrow is a motion hearing, another motion hearing. We're going to hear about Corbett, what they're going to decide on Corbett, because the defense is saying he's not an expert. He's not. So he could still testify, but he can't give his opinions because he's not an expert. So, and for those who doesn't know who Corbett is the one with the phone dumps and, you know, the demonstrative that they put up where they had all their pictures and the arrows on calls. So that's who Corbett is. And they're trying to get that. Sorry, I had my channel open on my phone and I'm seeing movement on the corner of my eye. So sorry, it's allergy season here for me. So Corbett is that person. I honestly think the defense is trying to get everything out by Corbett, but which won't happen. Chris Corbett's wife is a former prosecutor. Nice, KCL. Yeah. So I think what it is going to happen is they're going to allow Everett's in a sticky spot here, right? He's really in a sticky spot because they said it could be a 403 issue. So, but they allowed it in Charlie's. So here's what the defense is doing, in my opinion. What they can get thrown out in Donna's, because Charlie's words gone out of my head, because it's on hold. Oh, sorry guys, I'm going to interrupt my own self. Our med defense mentor just confirmed sealed motion is Rob. And where did you hear it first? Crime and Coffee. Just saying. I had a feeling it was Rob. I had a feeling. So, yeah. Oh, Patricia. Oh, well done. Crime and Coffee said it first. Anyway, thank you, mentor lawyer, for confirming. I closed it off, so I don't know. I think it was 50 to Rob. So the so there's that motion on Corbett. They're probably going to hear about Weinstein's wanting his subpoena to be quashed. I said it right this time. There was a couple small motions from the last hearing that he put over. So it's going to be I think it's going to be longer than last time. I'm pretty sure it's going to be longer because the 12th is the final. So anything that doesn't get taken care of tomorrow will get taken care of on the 12th. And then it's trial time. It's jury selection on the 17th. Oh, you guys, I'm just joking. I'm glad that mentor lawyer confirmed it. Yeah. I'm glad. But when I seen it this morning, I'm like, this is Robert. This is absolutely Robert. Yes, no on Corbett phone data experts. Yes, no on whether state can use stall evidence. Has to review Katie's proffer. Yeah, it's going to be a longer one, I think. I'm interested in seeing what Donna looks like tomorrow. Crime and Coffee, I meant well done for the confirmation and bringing it to a sneaky arse. Yeah, Judge Everett does have a lot of decisions to give about the many he didn't make a decision on last week's hearing. Yeah, so that's what I mean. It's going to be a long one, but I almost think Corbett's will be put over to the 12th. I don't think Judge Everett's going to touch it tomorrow. I think he's going to really want to carefully go over that. So I would like to know, just because we want to know. We're sitting on the edge of our seats. But I honestly think Everett's going to take his time on Corbett. So I think he's going to clear everything else up. And then Corbett will be the only thing on the 12th. I love this stream tonight. Very relaxing and informative. No one I know has a clue about this case. There's not a lot of people here either. What time tomorrow, Hugh? So I'm going to start the stream at 8:30, but the court doesn't start till 9. But I figured we could get all our jibber jabbers out of the way. I saw Donna was preparing her trial hair last week. You saw Donna was preparing her trial hair last week, and it was looking pretty bad. Oh, yeah, she looked the crazy that she is. The motion to dismiss has already been denied, in case you don't know. Yeah, the motion to dismiss the trial, that was done on last week. That was done on the 3rd, I believe. I don't even know what day it is anymore. Hello from Massachusetts. Thank you, Melinda. Welcome. Welcome to the coffee crew. Thank you for subscribing. I know there were a few other things, but I was too busy watching Rashbaum climb on top of the speaker, the lectern. Oh. Do you think he's going to be crazy like that again? Will Charlie plead the fifth? Will Wendy testify? Wendy absolutely will testify. She's under subpoena. And I don't see Charlie pleading the fifth. I see him going up there trying to say, my mom only knew after the first extortion. Good night, Marie. Thank you for coming in. We appreciate you so much, Marie. You're welcome, Hugh. This channel is going to get big, in my opinion. Great hosts, great mods, great subs. It's got everything. We got a great community here, Patricia, don't we? I heard Corbett is so solid on the stand. The best attorney can't beat him. Yeah, he is. So the only thing is they're trying to fight, right, is because he's not an expert. He can't say, in my opinion. It's just absurd. Oh, I'm so far behind on chat. Sorry, guys. Donna was also giving Rashbaum some of her looks, but she had definitely calmed them down and not as many of them. Yeah, but with them, I'm just going to get to the bottom of the chat here. With them putting that her table so it's facing the jury, oh, this is going to be brilliant. What a stupid ask. Honestly, what a stupid ask, because she can't control her expressions. Oh, it's going to be great. Sharada says, you all are fun and nice. I like it here a lot. We like you here a lot. Just, yeah, Angela says, Melinda, get ready for some good laughs. Yep. If you go off the rails, Melinda, we surely do. Regardless of whether Charlie's verbally says anything or not, just his presence in prison garb is Charlie testifying against his mom. It tells the jury volumes, even if he says nothing. Absolutely. And just the optics of all of her kids testifying. It's going to be, get your popcorn ready, people. Get your popcorn ready. There's only truth without ego here. And I like it. I like that. No ego. And I just, like I said, right from the beginning, I built this to be a community, not a channel. And I know some people say you talk, well, seriously, I got 3 comments while we were in that saying, oh, finally, you're not talking too much to the chat. Go away. Just go away, people. So, like I said, like for the members, we'll get everybody ready for what show you're going to be on. All of her kids testifying against her and Lewis and Katie testifying against her. Very damning. The optics are going to be crazy. And that's why I know, I'm not going to say no. I almost bet that Harvey's there. Jealous trolls. Thanks, Young. But somebody told me the other day that Fancy Fiction called us out on her show. I was like, I can't find it. I would love to see that. Because, well, it's Fancy Fiction. Fancy Fiction says your name on her show. Hey, who's going to complain about that? She's amazing. Look, there are 1,000 other places they can go to watch this stuff uninterrupted. I don't know about y'all, but nobody in my real life is remotely interested in any of this. That's right. This is where we come to. It's like we're sitting around a table with a bunch of friends and we're talking, except for I'm the only one talking and you guys are typing. So is the defense trying to stop Rob testifying altogether? I don't think so. No, I don't think so. I just think they're trying to hide from us what has been discussed or like a proffer or whatever because the jury hasn't been picked. That's how I'm looking at it right now, because they don't want that out in the public. Only someone who has no friends wouldn't understand the vibe here. Thanks, Patricia. Like Hugh says, we've become family. So I like stopping testimony, watching and chatting about it a lot. I do too. KCL says, Crime and Coffee, I think you do have a very nice show and it's very pleasant here. Thank you. And you're welcome here anytime. Anytime. Oh, Ian, you're back. I came here to be educated by Glenn Bubba. Ian, I seriously said to Sky, my exact words I said to Sky was, where did I say it? I said something about Ian's having fun. I'm like, we've got a shiny little toy for Ian. In case y'all were happy and we want to spend time with us. Yep. Ian, where you said, when he said that was his real name, and you said, yeah, and this is my real picture, I almost died. I almost died laughing. What did Glenn Bubba say that was so bad? He's a Wendy troll. One of my first lives, he came in and he just wouldn't stop. And I actually stopped streaming what I was doing and just kept, he was just crazy. Just crazy. Hi, Jared. Welcome back. Charlie is the maestro. Yep. Oh, thank you, Win. Thank you so much. Sorry, I ate a whole bag of party mix and crashed out from the sugar spike. Absolutely, Paul. She does know everything about this case. She's been following it from day one. And my hat's off to, I'll never speak a bad word about Fancy. Nope. Donna will not want Robert to testify at all. She's behind it. Yeah, he's the only one that can speak about the actual dynamics of in that household. I don't mind people having a difference of opinion, but there's a difference between that and people that show up just to interrupt conversation and bring everyone's attention to them. Yep. Well, as soon as I saw him, I said, oh, you changed your name. I was ready. I was wondering when he'd show up again. Same here, Shraz. I am the only one that knows this case. I tell my husband, my people are live. He knows how much I am into it. Perfect, Donna. KCL, we like to play with them for a while before ending it. Yeah, it's a shiny little toy. Now that Glenn is gone. Yeah, he was a shiny little boy. I sometimes got to do it. I tell everyone about this case, their eyes glaze over after a while. It's insane. Really, you have a feeling he's going to plead the fifth? It will be interesting to see. Fancy is totally the best. Her and that lawyer dude, Carl Steinbeck. Love Carl Steinbeck. Fancy is. Yep. I love Fancy. She's full of venom, and I'm here for it. I honestly think Fancy and I would get along because our filters are not so good. Our filters really aren't so good. Yep, he's good too. And I love how he, if somebody asks something about the defense, he says, I'm not here to help them. I just love that. Right? This is about as close to a social life as I get nowadays, or about as close as I want to get for now anyway. This case is outrageous. Wendy's an outrageous. Dawn is an outrageous. Yeah. They're just pure evil. I just don't get it. I just don't get these people. Did everyone watch the Guilty Words lady? I watched her the other day. I didn't watch her today though. I was I was bouncing from, I was in a few today. Paul M., I love that he won't give out anything that might help these monsters. Absolutely. Oh, Shiraz, you made Carl laugh once. That's the best. He's got a great laugh. He truly does. Yes, Ian, she was brilliant. Was that live today, Ian and Top? Because I'll watch it tonight if it was. Today was a crazy busy day. For me too. And Shiraz, what did you say to Carl to make him laugh? Because it's great when I just usually lurk in Carl's because I just want to listen. I don't want to do anything else but just take in his brilliance because he is brilliant. Carl loves a giggle, not so big on the blinking though. Yeah. Carl was military. We types are stoic. Yep. But when you can get him to giggle, it's funny. Ian, you got Carl to giggle once too, didn't you? Carl seems too ethical, but I wish he would suggest really bad advice to the defense, but hide it as good advice. Yeah. He's too good of a person for that. He just says, I'm not helping them. He's too good for that. I don't even remember. It was something about Rash Bomb. It was a question I sent. He read it and laughed a little bit. No, yesterday it's called Mastermind Daughters. Okay, so okay, that's the one I watched yesterday. It was great. Ian, yep, I got a chuckle out of him. And then Jared. Carl is probably a funny dude off camera. Who was it that said, I think it was Katie Kool-Aid that said that he was actually a hoot. Hello, Whisper Dart. Hi, Rochelle. Are you on FetLife? Is anyone here on FetLife? I'm Trina. Get crazy in Tallahassee. Whisper Dart, I'm not sure what you're talking about. Crime and Coffee, I made him laugh by asking him if he got his cat to exercise with his clothes and office. Oh, and you know what? Bye, Whisper. What is going on? Did I miss something, guys? Bye-bye. Do not Google that. Okay. What was that, guys? George's dad was a famous quarterback at FSU. Yep. I did it too. I asked if we could have a statue made of statues. He didn't read it out, but he definitely laughed at it. Oh, it was a troll? Okay. Thanks, guys. I had no idea what FetLife is. What the? Took shower, feel better. Oh. Announced he was a troll right off top. What the heck is FetLife, though? Oh, fetish. Oh. Really? Thanks, whatever mod got rid of that. FetLife is the world's largest and most popular social network for BDSM community kink. Oh, jeez. We're not that far off the rails, people. No, I'm not. No. I'm not going to look it up. I am not going to look it up. Because I was like, what the heck are you talking about? Whatever mod got rid of that. Thank you. Yeah, KCL, I've never heard of it before either. Trolls go in the trunk of the town car. Wow. No idea. Why would they, if they're a troll and they want to troll, why would they do that? That doesn't make sense. Ian has gifted 100 memberships to FetLife. How did I miss that? I was gone for 40 minutes. Yeah, attention seeking. Well, this is early for them because we usually don't get them till later on. Ian, do you have the link to that? Asking for a friend. Oh, boy. Thank you, Young. You were the first one who said, don't look it up. To get you to look it up and pull it up on the stream and get your channel banned. That's why I said do not Google it. Thank you. I appreciate you all. I only know because I Googled it. Listen, I've been around the internet too long to be trolled. Well, I'm glad you're here. I just wanted to say I enjoyed chatting. Thanks, Sunshine. We enjoyed having you here. You added to it. It's greatly appreciated. And Patricia said, oh, yeah, asking for a friend. Well, guys, I'm going to call it an early night only because we have to be up so early tomorrow. And I don't want to be yawning all the time. But I do appreciate what we'll do is after we'll discuss what we heard, and then we'll finish off some of these podcasts if that's what you guys want to hear. Jay looked up an account that was stealing his merch ideas on live stream. It took months for him to get his YouTube account back. Oh no. Oh no. So is that why he was on either Discord or Kick most of the time? Because I remember when it changed. Yeah, 9 Eastern. 9 Eastern is when it starts. I will be on at 8:30 Eastern, just so we can jibber jabber. Can't wait for it. Get a good night's sleep. You too, Young. See, I'm yawning right now. Thank you, Rochelle, and thank you, mods, and you chin waggers. We've got the best mods. We've got the best chat. We got, I turned on the notification. Thank you, Sunshine. He started scrolling the site and suddenly, really popped up. YouTube eliminated him immediately. Oh my gosh. Yeah. I will never pull up a site through chat. Never, never, never. Thanks and good night, everyone. Bake cinnamon rolls for us tomorrow morning, please. Crime and coffee. Cinnamon rolls. Hey, Ryan, you're still here. Thank you for being here. Thanks, CNC, refreshing to hear that original podcast. It is good to hear. And I just hope I can stay awake long enough to watch it. Hugh, do you feel good enough to send me a quick email? If not, can you send Jamie a text? She will get it to me. We'll see you tomorrow. See you all here. Same place, different time. But I want to appreciate every single one of you guys. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We would not be where we are without you guys. And so we got prayers going out tonight to Winder, Georgia again for the families and the victims, for the whole darn community, really. Dan, Shelly, Ruth, Phil, and those 2 boys, we will always be fighting for justice for Dan. Night, everyone. Take care. I appreciate you.